Chapter 660, 261 Sending Flowers, Can She Still Play After the Opening? Second update, _3 Su Nanjing said she had left a car for her. Speaking of drifting, when Zixia's expression worsened, no more drifting, the old lady keeps a tight leash. Bai Lian searched her memory, there wasn't much news about Wen Jixia, mainly just the two of them drifting in Beijing together, then drinking and bitching about Song Min. That was all. You do look quite the part when you're serious, Wen Jixia said, watching Bai Lian dressed in classic attire, sitting quietly in the booth with a languid expression while two good-looking young men didn't dare to approach her. With a wine glass in hand, there was this disconcerting sense of a traditionally educated miss turned up at a nightclub. Wen Jixia pulled a cigarette from the table, held it in her hand, and a boy immediately lit it for her. She slowly blew out a smoke ring. Damn, it's perfect. My grandmother's kind will definitely prefer someone like you. Acting the part at home is freaking exhausting. Bai Lian knew Wen Jixia kept up the facade of a lady at home. She leaned back slowly, listening intently to Wen Jixia. Sure enough, midway through the drinking, Wen Jixia dropped a bombshell, I'm getting engaged. As for who the other party was, Wen Jixia didn't say, but it was just a business marriage. At 8 o'clock, Jiang Fulai sent a message, asking where she was. Wuxia World. Site Wuxia World. Site. Ko Bai Lian looked at the drunk Wen Jixia and sent him the address. She took Wen Jixia outside. The bar manager recognized Bai Lian, and was about to ask if she needed assistance when he caught a glimpse of Bai Lian's cold eyes. He didn't dare to speak and silently followed behind her. Outside the bar, a gust of wind blew, and Wen Jixia seemed a bit more sober. She tilted her head to look at Bai Lian and suddenly asked, I noticed from the first glance. Are you an alter ego? Bai Lian was startled. Wen Zixia's eyes were blurry, and she felt like vomiting. Can she come back? Is she still inside your body? Is she, alright? Ji Mulan, Bai Qiming, and even Ji Hing hadn't noticed that she was no longer the her from before. Sometimes Bai Lian even thought that, aside from her, it seemed no one remembered who the previous Miss Bai was. When Zixia's ringing cell phone in her pocket startled Bai Lian awake. The one calling Wen Jixia was a contact saved as Butler. Bai Lian sent him their current address. The Wen family was likely in Yunshao district. They would arrive faster than Jiang Fulai, and the Wen butler soon came to pick up Wen Jixia. Thank you, the butler had someone help Wen Jixia into the car, looking surprised at Bai Lian's gentle attire. He probably didn't expect Wen Jixia to have such a friend. Bai Lian stood there, watching the Wen family's car drive away, her eyes slightly narrowed. She turned to the bar manager at an unhurried pace and said, Tell Xiaoqi to check out the Wen family. Wen Jixia, the only friend of the original host in this world. September 30th, Jiang University had one more day of classes. The holiday would officially start on the 1st of October. Bai Lian returned to the dorm after her morning run. The other three roommates were already awake, with Kong Wei browsing a forum in bed and greeting her roommate, morning. While speaking, her eyes were fixed on her phone's screen. On the forum, Bai Lian's speech from the previous week had been circulating for a week now. In the past 2 days, there had been discussions about the welcome parties at the two major academic institutions, and Bai Lian's opening act had been promoted. I heard Bai Lian is opening, and I've already changed my ticket. There's also a famous zither player who's really good. I'm quite looking forward to the joint event between the physical sciences and finance departments this year, to be precise, mainly the finance college. I know, the twin stars of the finance college. That zither play was learnt from Jianjian's professor. Everything Jiangyin produces is top-notch. Today, the two institutions are hosting welcome parties. Kong Wei didn't stay in bed for long, as she had to go help out at the student union after breakfast. Yu Simin had an early 8 o'clock class and didn't have time to go to the union. After showering, Bai Lian went to the cafeteria to eat, and Kong Wei went with her. In the school, Tang Ming, Yang Lin, and Ning Xiao and others all used Bai Lian's meal card. After grabbing her meal, Kong Wei sat next to Yang Lin. She hasn't had her rehearsal till today. I'm a bit worried. Across from her, Tang Ming took a bite of his fried egg pancake and asked, "What are you worried about her for?" He continued nonchalantly, Sister Lu's shooting skills were taught by her. What you should worry about is, with her opening the event, how will anyone follow that act? Chapter 661, The Charm of This 262 Gala. Brother Jiang and Dean Huang present the performance costume _1 Yan Lu had practiced with a long spear in the Zhang family's backyard for over a month, and Pu Xiaohan had filmed some raw video material. At that time, Tang Ming was not acquainted with Yan Lu, but he was aware of it. After Great Yong was aired, Yan Lu's rise to fame was unmatched, and during the filming, she never used a stunt double. The production team even revealed that no action director could give her any guidance. In the University Town Forum, Ning Xiao would not take a second glance, and Bai Lian had no time for it. However, Tang Ming was all eyes and ears. He knew the hottest topics recently discussed on the forum. The finance department spent time promulgating the event, so there were many attendees specifically for Bai Xiaoqi today, but there were also a substantial number of students who had long heard of Bai Lian. Bai Lian's famous posts on the forum had become 3. The post from her initial trip to Jiangjing last year captured by chance, the thread with 2 images as the masters this year, and the last one was taken by the school newspaper in a lecture hall last week. The program list for the joint event of the 2 institutions was posted on the forum. After seeing Bai Lian would open the event, Tang Ming forwarded the news to Pu Xiaohan, and both discussed whether such an arrangement by the student union was really appropriate. In the morning, the cafeteria was crowded. Kong Wei, with Bai Lian's matter on her mind, didn't really catch what Tang Ming was saying. Wuxia World. Site Wuxia World. Site. But she pinpointed the words Sister Lu with accuracy, Sister Lu. Tang Ming, he didn't continue speaking. Fortunately, at that moment, Bai Lian came over with her meal tray and sat beside Kong Wei. Kong Wei didn't pursue the topic further, chewing on the straw of her soy milk. After all, ever since Bai Lian had given her and Min Yan Lu's autographed photos, they had speculated how Bai Lian got them. And to give away 2 large photos at once, along with that intimidating black-clad bodyguard who handed them over. Even someone with a background like Min was unable to guess the ins and outs of Bai Lian's connection. Kong Wei sipped her soy milk, glancing over at Bai Lian, who rarely spoke during meals, her back always impeccably straight, something that seemed etched into her genetics. Even when reading in the dormitory, she maintained the same posture, a lazy kind of grace. She was that kind of person, always giving others a sense of security. Reflecting on what Tang Ming had said earlier, Kong Wei also felt assured. After eating, Kong Wei, as an officer of the student association, needed to help set up the auditorium for the event. Bai Lian was off to her Tongfeng's class, while Yang Lin hurried to the biology building. Shen Qing had packed her things early in the morning and headed to Shanghai apartment. Ji Xiaojun was busy with work and felt sorry that he couldn't go to Jiang University to watch the program today. Last year, during the anniversary of Xiangqing No. 1 High School, Bai Lian did not inform them. This year, she had mentioned it, but unfortunately, Ji Xiaojun didn't have the time. Take plenty of photos, Ji Xiaojun, putting on his suit jacket, said as he smoothed out his dark red tie, and videos. Like you need to tell me. Shen Qing was in a hurry to leave, not even waiting for Xiao Jia's car, choosing to take the subway to Shanghai apartment instead. At this hour, traffic was bad, so she'd rather squeeze onto the subway. After she left, the butler asked about Bai Lian's performance in the welcoming party tonight, expressing surprise. Is Miss Bai going to perform on the guzheng? He remembered Bai Lian learning the guzheng, even frequently reviewing basic music theory during the summer. No, Ji Xiaojun shook his head. But he didn't elaborate on Bai Lian's performance, instead taking his briefcase and leaving. The butler had come today indeed for a reason. Miss Mulan's child's first full month is today. The young mistress and her husband will be there, and neither you nor the elder have met the groom yet. The groom? Mu Yining's husband. Ji Xiaojun greatly disliked dealing with these affairs, along with the inheritance issues he shouldered. Settling into the back seat of the car, he began contemplating. He didn't even consider Ren Wanxian. Bai Lian could take over some affairs, but Ji Xiaojun thought about Shen Yu, who had traveled to Xiangqing, and there was talk of a dean from the Ma Institute. Even Dean Jian returned defeated. Reluctantly, Ji Xiaojun silenced the thought. There was still an option, the child born to Ji Mulan, but that would require waiting for a significant amount of time. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Jianghe's school let out early. Ming Dongheng took Ji Hing to pick him up. A row of first graders, like little turnips, came out holding hands one by one, with Jianghe the cool big brother among them, carrying his own backpack with both hands in his pockets, chin up and proud. Ji Heng, who habitually carried his smoking pipe, stood aside. Since this was a place full of children, he didn't light up. Upon spotting Jianghe, he lifted his other hand to show him. In that hand was a bag of sugar-coated hawthorns, dusted light with sugar frost. Ever since learning that Bai Lian favored sugar-coated hawthorns, those from the Ji family would always pick some up when they saw them on the street. Today was no different. Chapter 662. The charm of this 262 gala. Brother Jiang and Dean Huang present the performance costume. _2 Ming Dongheng's gaze swept the surroundings, ensuring the safety of the two. Let's go, Ji Hing said, handing the candied hawthorn to Jianghe and carrying his small backpack, heading to the front intersection to get in the car. Both of them were going to watch Bai Lian's performance today. At this time of day, the road was already getting a bit congested, so they didn't plan on returning to Shanghai apartment, heading straight to Jiang University's Grand Auditorium instead. Pu Xiaohan had no classes that afternoon, and along with Shen Qing, she had arrived early at Jiang University's Grand Auditorium. She had even saved seats for Ji Heng and Jianghe in advance. It wasn't even 5 o'clock yet, but the auditorium was already filled to capacity. Pu Xiaohan, who had taken a spot on the left side, was wearing her camera around her neck. She stood up and waved to Ji Heng and Jianghe upon seeing them. Grandpa, over here. It's really bustling here. Shen Qing, who didn't visit Jiang University often, looked at the red banners outside the auditorium bearing Jiangjing University School of Finance and Jiangjing University Department of Physics, and naturally felt a sense of pride and grandeur. Every passing student was a pillar of the country. And her niece was one of them. The grand auditorium was spacious, able to accommodate thousands of people at once, with seating radiating out from the central stage. Wuxia World. Sight Wuxia World. Sight. The performance hadn't started yet, and popular music was playing from the side speakers. Ji Hing took a seat to the side, resting Jianghe's backpack on his lap, while Jianghe sat next to him, nibbling on his candied hawthorn. Outside, Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi had also arrived. Bai Xiaoqi was dressed in haute couture today, wearing a purple gown that revealed her fair clavicles, her demeanor cold and composed, neither humble nor arrogant. Even as an illegitimate child, the etiquette her mother had taught her since she was young was impeccable. Mrs. Song looked at Bai Xiaoqi appreciatively and nodded. I told you this dress suits you. The two of them entered with Mrs. Song. Song Min had distinguished himself as a member of the student union of the School of Finance, and the student union had reserved the 2 front rows in the middle, with the second row set aside for some of the key personnel, naturally including seats for Song Min and his companion. By this time, more than half of the first row had already been filled. The first row was reserved for some leaders and investors. 2 spots were also set aside for photographers, and the reporters had already arrived, making the scene extremely lively. The president of the School of Finance's student union was up front, speaking with boss Shiming about crowd control. There are too many people. We need to put up a banner to restrict the flow. When they saw Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi, both of them greeted them. It was at that moment that the president of the student union's phone rang, and after taking the call, he froze for a moment and then immediately turned to walk towards the entrance. Soon after, he returned respectfully with a middle-aged man with a leather collar suit. Boss Shiming recognized the man at a glance. Dean Feng, hello, I'm Boss Shiming from the Department of Physics. The president of the student union of the School of Finance introduced the man to Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi. This is Dean Feng of our School of Finance. Dean, these two are new students in the school. He didn't introduce anyone else in depth, given that Song Min's popularity was decent among the new students, but that wasn't something particularly noteworthy in the presence of Dean Feng, much less Bai Xiaoqi. In fact, he wasn't clear on why someone of Dean Feng's status would come to a new student's welcome performance. Dean Feng, chairman of the Jingjiang Business Federation, an individual specifically mentioned by President Yin, Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi exchanged a glance. He really came. They both greeted him respectfully. Dean Feng didn't say much. He left the middle seat open and sat down beside it. This year our school's new students are quite impressive. He started conversing with the professor from the School of Finance next to him. In the row behind, Mrs. Song regretted not inviting President Yin, and only after Bai Xiaoqi and another had returned did she ask, "How come your dean is here?" It might not only be Dean Feng. Song Min looked at the two empty seats next to the dean, shaking his head. I just found out too. It's really strange. Boss Shiming also felt something was odd about this time, as Dean Huang had asked him to reserve 2 seats, and now Dean Feng had arrived as well. What exactly is so attractive about our new student orientation this time? Bai Xiaoqi. Boss Shiming thought it unlikely. Ah, the junior sister is still in class. Yi Jingxian glanced at the time on her phone. She's always in class with no time to rehearse, and I haven't seen her performance outfit either. Deans of both prestigious institutions were present, as well as the media invited by the School of Finance. Along the way, there were also students who started live broadcasts for traffic, putting huge pressure on the student union of the physics department, especially Yi Jingxian, who was afraid something would go wrong at the opening. It was also because Bai Lian was this year's new star of the physics department, and everyone recognized her ability. Otherwise, Yi Jingxian would never have taken her word that it would be fine without a rehearsal. Senior sister, don't worry. Kong Wei was now much more at ease than Yi Jingxian. As they were talking, Bai Lian came in from backstage. Seeing her, Yi Jingxian felt halfway relieved. She looked at Bai Lian, who was dressed in casual everyday clothes. Junior sister, where is your performance outfit? 4:45. Bai Lian glanced at the time on her phone. It's time. It was crunch time, and Yi Jingxian quickly handed Bai Lian over to a makeup artist backstage. Junior sister has good skin, no need for heavy makeup, just add some shading to adapt to the stage lights. The makeup artist examined Bai Lian's face and indeed found no further need for correction. As the makeup artist was applying shading, Bai Lian's phone lit up. Unable to move her head, she replied to the message while saying to Yi Jingxian, "Senior sister, my costume has arrived, it's at the entrance, can you fetch it for me?" "Your costume has arrived. I'll get it." Yi Jingxian had never experienced such an unreliable start before. There were only 15 minutes left, and she hadn't even seen the performance costume. She hoped there would be no mistakes today. She went out to get Bai Lian's outfit. At this point, there weren't many people at the backstage entrance, most were at the front. Yi Jingxian only saw 2 people as soon as she went out. One was a middle-aged man, scholarly, but with a somewhat balding crown. She recognized him as Dean Huang. The other was a young man standing beside him, lazily stationed behind Dean Huang, his black casual pants accentuating his long, straight legs, his pristine white shirt with sleeves casually rolled up a bit, and his extremely sharp profile exuded an air of nobility and inaccessibility. He was holding a bag. lazily conversing with Dean Huang. Dean Huang was slightly behind him. This was the first time Yi Jingxian saw Dean Huang speaking to someone with such politeness. But the young man's overpowering presence prevented her from stepping forward. Jiang Fulai glanced at his phone, his pale phoenix eyes lifting, and upon seeing Yi Jingxian, he stepped forward, extended the bag to her with a polite yet distant tone. "Hello, this is Bai Lian's performance outfit, please take it into her." Dean Huang, with hands clasped behind his back, also nodded kindly towards Yi Jingxian. Chapter 663, The King of 263 Warriors, It Seems Like an Old Friend Returns. Second update, _1 Yi Jingxian did not immediately react. Dean Huang, accustomed to such occurrences, gently reminded the girl in front of him, "Isn't it almost time?" Right, it was almost time. Facing that cold gaze, Yi Jingxian steeled herself and took the white paper bag from Jiang Fulai's hand, not forgetting her manners as she bowed to Dean Huang. "Dean Huang, goodbye." She took the paper bag and went backstage. It was only then that Dean Huang turned around, looking at Jiang Fulai. "Mr. Jiang, shall we go to the front?" Jiang Fulai's gaze lingered on the curtain at the back for a long while before lazily following Dean Huang toward the auditorium. At this point, the student council members outside the auditorium had already closed the doors, no longer letting spectators in. The financial college had overpromoted the event, and with Bai Lian naturally attracting a large following at Jiang University, the auditorium was packed early on. After Dean Huang entered, the doors were shut completely, yet outside, there were still many people holding up their cell phones to record. The main lights had been turned off, leaving only the ambient lights on the stage. Only 2 seats in the middle of the first row were vacant. Dean Feng had been sitting in his place early on, and when he looked up and saw Dean Huang come in through the door with a tall man following him, he quickly got up to greet them. "Dean Huang," he greeted Dean Huang in a low voice, his eyes then shifting to Jiang Fulai. "Mr. Jiang." Source, web novel. Com updated on N0 New. Jiang Shijue, a financial prodigy from Jiang University's Financial College and the executive president of Zhongxing. But everyone knew who was behind Jiang Shijue. It was this student whom Dean Feng relied on to sit in the position of chairman of the Federation of Industry and Commerce. Dean Feng, Jiang Fulai nodded to him lazily, sitting down in the empty seat beside Dean Feng, leaning elegantly against the chair back, his fine features slightly composed, exuding a sense of aloof indifference. He didn't speak to anyone. Dean Huang sat on the other side of Jiang Fulai. Dean Feng only sat down slowly after the two of them had taken their seats. It was clear that he didn't fully sit back, showing his restraint. The noise of conversation in the front 2 rows quieted down around him, and the volume of talking decreased significantly. The students in the row behind, who had witnessed this scene, all took notice, given Dean Feng's current status in the financial college, getting up to greet the guests and the presence of 2 deans seated next to him. Just who was this person? With the front row lights off, one could only see the back of the person in the middle, which seemed particularly somber under the lighting. Backstage. The makeup artist was not that professional, but Bai Lian's complexion was fair enough. She only added some shadows and applied some lipstick to Bai Lian. "This face, I dare not add anything more to it," the makeup artist remarked as she looked at Bai Lian's face, sighing. Yi Jingxian took out the clothes from the bag. They were not as lavish as Yi Jingxian had imagined, but simple white silk garments. Without much time to ponder, she passed the clothes to Bai Lian. "Junior, let's change first." The 2 hosts were already waiting behind the curtains, ready to go on stage to announce. In the changing room, Bai Lian lowered her eyes to spread out the white gown, putting on not only the outer robe but also the practice pants underneath, before picking up the white sash and loosely tying it around her waist. Outside, Yi Jingxian was waiting for Bai Lian to change. She was still not entirely at ease when her phone rang with a call from Ba Shiming. Today, both deans are present, and there's a distinguished guest, Boss Shiming said seriously over the phone. It's strange that they all came. The financial college is responsible for the conclusion. We won't have any issues, right? A distinguished guest. Yi Jingxian naturally thought of the person she had just met. President, rest assured, the junior won't have any issues. She reassured Boss Shiming. After hanging up, she continued to wait for Bai Lian to come out. Where is the prop, the long spear? Yi Jingxian remembered this and Kong Wei hurriedly brought over the spear. Bai Lian came out of the changing room. She was wearing a simple white gown, bound at the waist by a white silk ribbon, her demeanor casually nonchalant. Yi Jingxian handed the long spear in her hand to Bai Lian. Junior, try this spear. This was the prop Yi Jingxian had prepared for Bai Lian. It had arrived last week, and she had wanted Bai Lian to practice with it during the rehearsal, but the rehearsal hadn't happened due to sound equipment issues. Some of the student council members nearby overheard Yi Jingxian and exchanged glances. Bai Lian hadn't even practiced with the spear. Would that be all right? As these people were pondering, Bai Lian stretched out her hand to take the red-tasseled spear, placing it upright on the ground. The spear was even taller than herself. The red tassel at the tip of the spear slowly fell with her movements, and the silver spearhead gleamed coldly. Everyone around noticed that the moment she took the spear, the atmosphere around her changed. She became like a lazy white tiger sunning on a rock that suddenly senses an intruder, inspecting her territory with majestic dignity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 664, The King of 263 Warriors. It seems like an old friend returns. Second update, _2 Yi Jingxian looked at her, and her restless heart instantly calmed down. When is my turn to go on stage? Bai Lian glanced at the phone lying on the table. It was already 5 o'clock. Yi Jingxian snapped back to reality. The hosts just went up. After they come down, you're next. Oh right, the music. Is the musician ready? Don't worry, President. The guy sitting in front of the computer, controlling the music, looked up at Yi Jingxian and gave her an okay gesture. Members of the Finance Student Council curiously came over to take a look. The music file that Bai Lian had was simply marked with the character Jian. What song is this? I've never heard it before. I don't know, said the guy controlling the music after listening to it, but it's not a song, it's an instrumental piece. Bai Lian sent it over. She probably found it herself. Outside, on the stage. The two hosts dressed in a suit and evening gown were smiling and reading the opening lines, welcoming the new students to the university. In the first row on both sides, photographers had already set up their cameras. Nearly 1,000 seats in the auditorium were filled, with people standing on the steps and in the aisles, many of them live streaming on their phones. Source, web novel. Com updated on new. The guy sitting in front of Tang Ming was among those live streaming short videos. Holding a selfie stick, he was doing self-media at Jiang University, usually live streaming meals and study sessions. Now, with 700 viewers watching online, his live stream was attracting more and more traffic after being promoted. I couldn't get in, so I can only rely on the broadcaster to relay it. Watching a bunch of valedictorians perform for us is really something. I heard Bai Shaoqi will be there, is that true, broadcaster? While streaming, the guy said, I've posted the program list. Yes, Bai Shaoqi will be the last one. No worries, I deliberately changed my ticket to go home tomorrow morning so I can wait with everyone. The backstage area was small, so Kong Wei and Yu Simin didn't stay there. Instead, they returned to the front to watch the performances. Without seats, they squeezed together with latecomers Tang Ming, Ning Xiao, and Yang Lin. Yu Simin, seeing many people live streaming the event, said to Kong Wei, won't there be any trouble? Kong Wei patted the back of her hand, signaling her to be at ease. While they were talking, on the left side of the stage, the two hosts had already bowed and exited. The stage lights went out. The evening had just begun, and the crowd couldn't stop moving, greeting, eating, and talking continuously. Ish, on the pitch-black stage, a beam of light shone down, directly illuminating the person standing in the center of the stage. Everyone saw the girl standing in the middle, dressed in a white robe with a belt of the same color tied around her, her ink-black hair entirely bound at the back of her head with a red ribbon, a strand of which hung down her neck, shining against the white collar of her dress. Above the stage, a huge screen displayed her figure. Her long black eyelashes drooped, and in her right hand, she held a long spear, the tip resting on the ground. She wasn't heavily made up, but even with just the spotlight on her, her face could captivate an era. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into cheers. In the front row, Jiang Fulai, who had been lounging lazily, finally sat up straight, his narrow, phoenix-like eyes turning toward the stage. Dean Feng, who was conversing with a professor to his right, noticed that the young master of the Jiang family had suddenly become serious. He ceased speaking and lifted his gaze to the stage, along with the other leaders in the front row, who also stopped their conversations. In the second row, Song Min's wife, sitting beside him, recognized Bai Lian and was slightly startled. Bai Lian is also participating in the evening party. Yes, Song Min said, looking at the stage unconcernedly, seems like it's the spear. Song Min's wife nodded, no longer concerned, and bent her head to remind Bai Shaoqi about the precautions. Boom, a drumbeat sounded, the stage's wind machine blowing the girl's skirt and hair, the tassel on the spear beside her fluttering frame by frame. She lifted the spear to begin. The drumbeats were majestic, like the inspiring war drums before 1,000 troops set off. The stage's sound system, borrowed from Jiangyin, was extremely effective. The awe-inspiring drumbeats of the first half caused everyone present to stop what they were doing and involuntarily turn to watch the stage. The girl pulled back the spear, pressed down its tip, then twirled around twice, the spearhead trembling slightly with her movements. As the drumbeat abruptly fell, the sound of the flute began to rise. The spotlights on top of the stage went out for a second with the disappearance of the drum sound, then violently focused on her just as she took a leaping step, thrusting the long spear into the air. Above the stage, on the huge screen, everyone could see the moment the spear was thrust forward, the flexible spearhead shaking continuously. The frosty spear tip reflected a chilling light, flickering between solidity and void, breathtaking. The intense and ominous sounds of a peep arose as the girl turned around, the long spear swirling like a dragon in her right hand, her left hand suddenly pressing down on the spearhead, stepping forward to drive the spear. The audience in the auditorium held their breath. The girl still held the spear in her right hand, lifted the end of it over her head, the spear tip spinning to her left as she took the spear with her left hand under her arm, hiding it as she continued to pass it behind her back, the spotlight flashing again. Under the lights, she leapt into the air with the beat of the drum, her white dress billowing, the spear striking like thunder. The moment she hung in the air, captured by the camera, was like a slow-motion frame, pausing in mid-air before thrusting forward with the spear. The music tugged at the audience's hearts, the waving long spear captivating their gaze. It was like a prelude to a battle on the campaign field. The sound of the zither subsided, and in the middle of the stage, the girl faced the audience and retrieved her spear. Just as the audience finally started to relax, the final drumbeat fell, and the girl thrust the spear backward, spinning around at the same time. The sound of slicing air arose, filled with aggressiveness. A spear longer by an inch is stronger by an inch. This was Yen Lu's backthrusting spear, recently famous throughout the network. Countless people had recreated it online, yet only the audience present today could feel the killing intent behind this thrust. King of all weapons, truly deserving of the title. In that moment, the entire auditorium fell into absolute silence. On the big screen, the moment was frozen in time. Behind her was a black backdrop, with only one beam of white spotlight above. The girl's almond eyes were dark and profound, a strand of black hair with a red ribbon falling beside her rosy lips, quivering slightly. As the drum sound faded, she casually retrieved the long spear, bowed slightly to the camera with a composed and serene smile, her eyes lazy yet enigmatic, exuding a wild tension, magnified on the big screen. Behind her, the group holding phones live streaming, the barrage in the chat room paused for a moment, then started exploding with activity. In white clothing with a cold spear, the young spirit carefree and audaciously unrestrained. As if an old friend had returned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 665, 264 The True Moonlight, by Lien, can also play the Gujing_1. This was a feast for both the eyes and ears. Jian Zhongyo and the group of teachers from Jiangyin made professional arrangements. The spear technique demonstrated control and fluidity, strength alongside softness, without any unnecessary flourish or reliance on wirework. It was only that final move, the unreplicable turnabout spear, which could not be replicated by anyone else, that made one truly feel the oppressive aura on sight, unmatched. The show ended, curtains closed. Bai Lian turned around to head backstage, where the two hosts waiting behind the curtain didn't come out on time, standing by the curtain, motionless with scripts in hand, watching her. The backstage wasn't large. Bai Lian, with her right hand casually holding the spear, exuded an air of vitality that naturally made its way out, giving a slight nod to the two hosts. Is it your turn now? Ah, the female host's stunned face finally reacted, straightening her silver dress. Right, it's our turn. She tugged at the male host and walked through the curtain to the front. From backstage, few people could see the program through the curtain, but the thunderous applause and shouts from the audience were unmistakable. Yi Jingxian, unable to calm her nerves, had lifted the edge of the curtain to watch the performance till the end. Source, web novel. Com updated on Omicron New Zero, her face flushed with excitement, now seeing Bai Lian return backstage single-handedly holding the long spear. The impact made her feel momentarily dazed. Senior, Bai Lian said, placing the long spear against the wall with one hand and greeting her before heading to the dressing room to change. This outfit wasn't unsuitable to wear outside, but at the end of September, Jiangjing was unseasonably hot. Outside, in the front row, the hosts were speaking on stage. Dean Huang and the professor beside him finally recovered from the overwhelming performance. They were closer to the stage and nobody could understand the pressure of the performance better than them. This spear, said Dean Feng, forgetting about the young master Jiang Fulai to his right, turning his head to speak with a familiar professor from the School of Finance, is even better than the kid named Yan Lu who performed this summer. Yes, and, muttered the professor from the School of Finance, pushing up his glasses and speaking softly, didn't she look a lot like our senior sister when she held the spear just now? Exactly, Dean Feng agreed immediately, nodding his head. Who is this person? This wasn't just his impression but the first impression of everyone present. Senior sister was the term all students at Jiang University used to address the female disciple of Liang Zuan. Of course, Liang Zuan had more than one disciple, but his other disciple was Emperor Jiang Wen, who had made numerous contributions for the Daong in the first half of his life, only to become suspicious and persecutory, causing harm to the loyal and good, making the people of the Great Yong dynasty suffer. His merits and demerits couldn't offset each other, but in the end, the historians still awarded him the posthumous title Wen. Because of him, the Bai family left no descendants. 3 heroes of the family died on the battlefield, and even now, mentioning his name incurs more criticism than praise. General Qinyi might not have had military talents as remarkable as the Bai family, but he still helped Emperor Jiang Wu unify the land. If Bai Li and Bai Zhongyu were alive today, things might have turned out differently. Every year, the Daong dynasty is reviewed in videos, with Emperor Jiang criticized by many netizens with each review. Thus, Jiang University had a senior sister but no senior brother. After all, even General Qin Yi led the refusal to erect a statue of Emperor Jiang. The two hosts read from their scripts on stage, and Dean Huang let out a deep sigh. Bai Lian's performance had impressed him deeply, and he planned to describe his younger sister's performance to his teacher the next time he saw him. She truly is our junior sister, possessing such skill. While thinking this, he glanced at Jiang Fulai. Young Master Jiang was as silent as usual. He sat in his chair, his long fingers resting on the armrest next to him, his profile as calm as jade, his gaze directed at the center of the stage, but his deep, pale eyes showed no focus. Dean Huang looked at Jiang Fulai, intending to say something, only to see him suddenly stand up. The next performance was a dance troupe, with only the main lights on the stage turned on. Dean Huang was surprised to see him get up. "Are you leaving?" Jiang Fulai said, checking his phone. Bai Lian had sent him a message. She was not coming in to watch the program anymore and was heading back to solve math problems for the Buyuan class. He was here only to watch Bai Lian's performance, after all. Dean Huang nodded, not surprised, considering that Jiang Fulai's attendance at the evening party had already been unexpected for him. He escorted Jiang Fulai to the main entrance. In fact, Dean Huang also wanted to leave, but it seemed inappropriate to walk out just after the event started, so he returned to his seat, planning to watch a few more performances before leaving. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 666, 264 The True Moonlight, by Lian, can also play the Guzheng_2 Jiang Fulai walked out the door to the outside, where quite a few people were still gathered, watching in groups. Occasionally, he heard words like spear, video, and Bai Lian. Jiang Fulai glanced at them and, with a cold face, went to wait for Bai Lian down the road behind them. Bai Lian had changed clothes and came out with her backpack, Yi Jingxian holding onto her arm the whole way out. Yi Jingxian wanted to talk more with Bai Lian, but as soon as they came out, she saw Jiang Fulai standing opposite, looking unapproachable. Yi Jingxian suddenly let go of Bai Lian's arm, not daring to hold onto it any longer. The auditorium's second act was a group dance, which was lively as well. Pop dance, with the music played loudly. But most of the audience was still engrossed in the spear performance and the music they had just witnessed, compared with the classical arrangement of the drums, flutes, pipa, and zither. This pop music sounded somewhat crude and didn't strike the heart as deeply. Many in the audience were no longer in the mood to listen. That included the people in the second row. Lady Song had been talking to Bai Shaoqi, advising her to stay composed and perform well later, so that she could be remembered by the professors and dean of the finance college. That way, people and social circles would seek her out, and as the saying goes, when the phoenix sings, the world listens. But once the music started, she couldn't help but look towards the center stage. Source, web novel. Com updated on New Zero. Had that face not been the one she was familiar with, Lady Song might have doubted whether this was the same Bai Lian she knew before. She was truly shining. Is that really Bai Lian? Lady Song leaned back in her chair. Beside her, Song Min and Bai Shaoqi said nothing. Song Min had also been looking at his phone. He had been investing with a group of people since the summer break, and even while watching the show, he was discussing these matters. However, his eyes began to wander from his phone. Shaoqi, Lady Song, very attuned to Bai Shaoqi's feelings, said, "You play the zither very well, no need to feel pressured." As Lady Song spoke, Song Min's attention gradually returned. Some in the front row had already left. And not just the first row, spectators from other sections were also trickling out. Back row. Tang Ming's classmate in front of him was as excited as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Yes, it's Bai Lian, my live stream doesn't have playback. Is there already a high-definition recording online? Hey, don't leave everyone, there's still the final act to come. The evening event hadn't even ended yet, and the opening performance had already been posted online. Kong Wei and Yu Simin also snapped out of it. Both were fans of Yan Lu. Her performance was even better than Lu Jie. Isn't Bai Lian actually from a traditional martial arts family? Yu Simin opened Weibo and the videos, unable to help herself. Indeed, the eyes of the netizens are sharp. There's a trending post online. The power of short videos is immense. The words Jiang University and by Xiangjuan were already popular on their own. Once Jiang University's opening performance came out, it shot up to the top 5 on the trending searches. When Tang Ming heard what Yu Simin and Kong Wei said, they all clicked into the trending searches and saw various videos of Bai Lian from different angles, with the most popular being shot by 2 reporters in the front row. The full version, 28 minutes long, had already received 1 million likes and 120,000 comments. Wow, did you see that smile she had at the end? She's not just his sister, she's my husband. Please, let this girl act in a movie. I'll definitely watch whatever she's in. Wake up, guys. She's this year's valedictorian from Jiang University. If you want her to enter showbiz, will the university's president and professors not cry themselves to death? Indeed, I knew all the beautiful people were claimed by the state. Who is this lady? She's so compelling, it's like truly seeing my white moonlight who died a millennium ago coming back to life. Who knows, after watching Daong, Bai Li dying in the snow, the brother dying in battle, the princess being married off far away. Seeing her on stage today, the moment the light shone on her, I felt even my beloved Lu Jie was outshone. At the prime of youth, filled with charm and spirit, in white with a cold spear. My big sister finally has a face to show off. Yan Lu's elegance and acting skills along with her spear performance received unanimous recognition from netizens, and many would think of Yan Lu first when mentioning the historical figure by Xiangjuan. As long as she didn't disappoint, this role would ensure her enduring fame in the entertainment industry. However, today, the professors at Jiang University and the students who were present felt as though they had truly seen the statue from Celebrity Square come to life. She didn't need to conquer everyone with superb acting like Yan Lu did. Just standing there with a cold spear, appearing before them, was enough to win everyone over. Tang Ming put away his phone, reflecting that it felt a bit like watching Pu Xiaohan's first video go viral. He put his phone away and turned to ask Ning Xiao and Yang Lin, "Are you leaving? The homework the teacher gave today is tough, and Brother Jiang is here." Ning Xiao, always aloof, nodded, "Let's go." As for Yang Lin, there was no need for discussion. She had a part-time job in the evening, and she had come only to support Bai Lian. The students from Xiangqing were scattered but united in spirit. Seeing Tang Ming and the others getting ready to leave early, Kong Wei and Ding Wenyang said, "You're all leaving like this?" Bai Xiaoqi has the finale. She plays the zither beautifully, with millions of fans. Many are still waiting for her performance. Aren't you going to listen? After watching the opening performance, even the most exquisite dances and songs seemed somewhat lackluster. Some people had already left from the back rows, but others, burning with excitement, stayed on, convinced that if the opening was this thrilling, the finale wouldn't disappoint. The finance college had been heavily promoting this year, and with such a thrilling opening performance, numerous spectators were looking forward to the final act. Tang Ming, upon hearing Kong Wei's words, scratched his head. "It's nothing special, she doesn't play as well as Sister Bai." He had also been involved in that incident involving director Jian in Xiangqing and had specifically listened to Bai Xiaoqi play Gambling with Liquor. To be honest, even he could feel the gap. It wasn't a problem of technique, but of emotion. What? Bai Lian never brought a zither to their dorm, and Kong Wei was hearing this for the first time from Tang Ming. Bai Lian can play the zither too. And she's good. Of course, Ning Xiao and Yang Lin had already left, and Tang Ming, carrying his backpack, smiled at Kong Wei. Sister Bai became famous in our school precisely because of her zither performance. Pu Xiaohan gained popularity because of that video, and director Jian traveled all the way to Xiangqing. Was there even a need to discuss Bai Lian's skill level on the zither? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 667, The Retreat of 265 Bai Lian, The Barely Satisfactory Finale, Second Update, _1 Tang Ming and Yang Lin, among others, left through the back door. You guys go ahead, Pu Xiaohan said to Yang Lin. I still need to stay and watch the performance with Brother Niao and Grandfather. It was quite rare to be able to get in this evening, and Ji Heng and Shen Qing were still watching the show. Pu Xiaohan did not leave with Tang Ming and the others. Studying media, she had now achieved some success in her profession and didn't have as much academic pressure as the others. The people around Ding Wenyang listened to the sounds around them and also came back to their senses. Dinggu, are we leaving? The courses in the Tongfeng class were always intense. Ding Wenyang and the others had come today to honor their appointment with Tang Ming. They had originally come to see Bai Lian, but the opening act was shockingly impressive. Ding Wenyang initially wanted to continue watching, as the business school had also put a lot of effort into publicity, even putting up banners in the Tongfeng class area. But after hearing what Tang Ming said, he lost some interest. Otherwise, let's go back and do our homework. In the last few weeks, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao had been progressing a bit too quickly. Initially, only Bai Lian and Liang Wuyu could keep up with the 4-hour-long lecture pace of the Tongfeng class. Now, Ning Xiao and Tang Ming were thriving in the Tongfeng class as if they were fish in water. This adaptability placed immense pressure on Ding Wenyang and his groupmates. Since Tang Ming and the others had decided not to continue watching and chose to go back to work hard, Ding Wenyang and his group unanimously decided to return to the study room. Source: Web Novel. Com updated on Omicron. New Omicron. With that departure, nearly 10 people left, and the slightly crowded area at the back suddenly became a bit emptier. Why has everyone left? Kong Wei, as a member of the student association, had to stay to clean up the venue after the evening party, manage the props and backstage, and therefore couldn't leave. Yu Simin couldn't leave either. Let's watch a little longer. Let's look forward to the business school's program. As the two talked, the male student broadcasting live was also trying to retain his audience. With such a fiery start, everyone think about it, the later part will definitely be even more exciting. Outside the auditorium, Yang Lin and Ning Xiao and the others went to the bus stop to wait for the school bus. Ding Wenyang and his group caught up. A professor, holding books, stood sternly by the bus sign, waiting for the bus. Today was a holiday at Jiang University, so there were fewer people around the campus. The professor glanced over the crowd and noticed Yang Lin behind them, narrowing his eyes slightly. Yang Lin was checking her part-time job messages on her phone when she noticed the glance. She recognized the person, Professor Xia. This was an old professor who taught freshmen in the biology department. During classes, he only introduced himself with the surname Xia and did not mention his first name. Yang Lin wore the uniform and pants of Jiang University and was always unapologetically herself at school, having applied for financial aid soon after joining her class. Professor Xia asked Yang Lin casually without a smile, "Are you busy during the holidays?" "I have 2 part-time jobs," Yang Lin responded with great respect to her teacher, even though she used to ignore everyone else, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. Yang Lin cast her eyes down, her overly long bangs hiding her pale forehead, with only her exceedingly cold, black eyes occasionally becoming visible. "I've seen the homework you've submitted." It's been completed to a high standard. The school bus arrived, and Professor Xia got on with her. Ning Xiao and the others gave up their seats to the old professor, who thanked a few students. Yang Lin just held on to her phone, always taking her homework seriously, never skimping on it. This summer, Bai Lian had been studying professional papers, and Yang Lin had also read a lot of literature related to bioengineering. She also spent time in the Jiang University Library reading books related to her major. This summer, Yang Lin had already far surpassed the other freshmen of her batch. It was quite normal to catch the professor's attention. Professor Xia only rode 2 stops. Before getting off, he handed Yang Lin his business card. If you finish with your part-time jobs, you can come help in my lab. Yang Lin looked down at the business card, which bore a name, Xia Zhuyu. Below it, an address for a laboratory and a contact number. Ming Dongheng was still waiting at the auditorium for Jiang He and Ji Hing. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai returned to Shanghai apartment first. Jiang Fulai had come in Director Huang's car and the two did not wait for the school bus but walked out through the west gate. It was only 5:30, and the sky was still light. Jiang Fulai flipped through his phone. It seemed Su Nanjing had come across a video of Jiang University and was cautiously asking on WeChat why no one told him about Bai Lian's welcome party. Jiang Fulai glanced at it but ignored it. He was still holding the bag with Bai Lian's performance clothes. Bai Lian walked on the left side, scrolling through WeChat. On WeChat, Xiaoqi had just sent her a message, "Sister, I've sent the Wen family's information to your email." On WeChat, data would be archived. Bai Lian had been interacting more with academician Ma and had learned to use Jiang University's email service to receive files and send data. Once Xiaoqi was done researching, she directly sent the information to Bai Lian's dedicated email address. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 668, The Retreat of 265 Bai Lian, The Barely Satisfactory Finale, Second Update. _2 Bai Lian sent back a message and lazily returned to the Jiangjing Preparatory Camp app, browsing through the challenge question bank, Su family's second child's full-month celebration. She was the first to speak up. Her tone was light and breezy. Jiang Fulai, holding her clothes and several books from her classes at Tongfeng, stepped through the shadows of the setting sun and listened to her calm words, "Are you going to go?" Bai Lian had long since deleted Ji Mulan. Ji Mulan never hit her utilitarian heart, the child was a tool for her to prove herself. As for Ji Hing, before Bai Lian left for Xiangqing, he had decided to take her back to that little courtyard. To Ji Hing, not understanding the previous Bai Lian might not have been a bad thing. "I suppose I will," Bai Lian said, tapping the screen with her fingertip, "but I'm planning to visit Academician Moss Project during the National Day holiday." Although Su-Wen did not look like a member of the Bai family, Ji Mulan did bear a striking resemblance to her own mother. She had not yet seen that child and wondered if he might also bear a slight resemblance to Bai Zhongyu. Jiang Fulai nodded slightly, not surprised by this, and walked to Bai Lian's right side. His eyebrows and eyes were cold, and his tone also appeared lazy. "Go after you're done with your commitments. It's fine even if you really can't make it." He said nothing else, which made Bai Lian finally turn to look at him. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. Jiang Fulai always gave Bai Lian the feeling that she still had a way out. In her 2 lifetimes, the only time she was driven to a dead end was the final battle in Xiangqing. Even then, she had managed to find an escape route for Qin Yi and the army of the Bai family, allowing them to defect to Jiang Yi. She wasn't acquainted with Jiang Yi, but at that time, as she and Jiang Sui were learning the Qin from Qinzhou, she knew that the renowned 7th prince, a peer in reputation and age, lived next door. After Bai Li went to the battlefield and did not return, Bai Zhongyu and Qin Yi went off to distant battlefields, and no one came to fetch her back to the general residence anymore. She had once received a lantern sent by a young servant by his side. Back then, she was still afraid of the dark. Later on, when he was exiled to his fiefdom by Emperor Jiangwen, Bai Zhongyu did not return, and Bai Lian was no longer afraid of the dark. When Xiangqing was under siege, she thought of the seventh prince she had never met. The Bai family was a thorn in Emperor Jiangwen's side, and wasn't this brilliantly talented seventh prince also a thorn in Emperor Jiangwen's heart? She asked Qin Yi to take Bai Li's token and seek him out, and fortunately, neither of those two men disappointed her. Bai Lian slowly withdrew her gaze, remaining calm and collected as she said, "It won't do, I can't miss it. My grandfather will overthink and be upset." Because she remembered this, she became somewhat silent. The two walked towards the gates of Jiang University. The setting sun cast a golden glow on Jiang Fulai's profile. He looked noble and haughty like a prince with his features of jade, though sometimes his words seemed to carry a mocking tone. "Your grandfather is watching a performance right now and is not the slightest bit upset." He took out his phone and showed Bai Lian that Ji Heng had just liked a post in Shenqing's social circle. Bai Lian looked down, and as Jiang Fulai spoke, his long, cold, and pale fingers leisurely liked the post from Shenqing. The post from Shenqing was a photo of Bai Lian's performance. Bai Lian looked at Jiang Fulai, and under the dim yellow sunset, his stunning features were somewhat blurred. She couldn't help but smile, and the melancholy that arose from thinking of Bai Zhongyu and Qin Yi dissipated a bit. At 6:30 in the evening, the auditorium. Ji Heng had just finished watching a recitation in the middle of the program, and beside him, Jiang He had been looking down, flipping a Rubik's Cube, except for Bai Lian's act and a skit that he had looked up to watch. During the other acts, he had been focusing on the cube. Ji Heng also had a Rubik's Cube in his hands, mixed up into a certain state. Jiang He had already learned how to restore the cube to its original state. He had just returned his cube to its pristine condition, then compared it against Ji Heng's mixed-up cube, returning the restored cube back to the scrambled state of Ji Heng's cube step by step. "Damn, little bro," a student from Jiang University said in astonishment, "that's really impressive." Jiang He expressionlessly put the cube into the small vegetable bag and reached for Ji Heng's sleeve. Ji Heng, holding the cube and his smoking pipe, looked down at him, ready to leave. Jiang He blinked and nodded. Ji Heng was actually getting a bit bored by now. After Bai Lian's performance, there were hardly any other interesting shows, and since he didn't smoke in the auditorium and saw that Jiang He didn't want to continue watching either, he led Jiang He to stand up and leave. Shenqing also felt a bit tired from sitting and left with Pu Xiaohan. Meanwhile, in the front, Dean Huang, who had been sitting for 2 hours, couldn't sit still any longer and began to wonder why he was watching a performance here instead of working hard in his office. A little after 7 o'clock, Dean Huang stood up. Ba Shiming had been paying attention to Dean Huang, occasionally refilling his cup with water and asking if he needed anything. Seeing him stand up, he quickly approached. "Dean, are you leaving?" The student union of the School of Finance has a student who will play the guzheng later. Do you want to stay and watch it? No need, you've done a very good job with the program this time, Dean Huang complimented Ba Shiming. "I've seen what I wanted to see." He had come today just for Bai Lian's program, which she had performed right at the start. That Dean Huang stayed until now before leaving was already quite remarkable. After sending off Dean Huang, Ba Shiming wondered, what exactly did Dean Huang want to see? Less than 10 minutes after he left, Dean Feng also stood up, ready to leave. The 3 conspicuous seats in the middle of the first row were vacated in an instant. Bai Xiaoqi had been preparing the guzheng backstage all along, with Song Min and others helping her check the props, while Yan Jiming reminded Bai Xiaoqi, "Our dean is watching below, you perform well and make a name for the Finance Student Council." Due to the arrival of the two deans, the staff of the Finance Student Council had all been as motivated as if they had been injected with adrenaline. There were 3 more performances before Baishoki's, and she was backstage trying out the guzheng. Yan Jiming came out from behind the curtain and immediately saw Dean Feng at the entrance, preparing to leave, with their president seeing off the dean. "Dean," Yan Jiming approached, "are you leaving already? Our school's new student Bai Shaoqi hasn't performed yet, won't you watch her performance?" The auditorium now had far fewer people than at the start of the event. Earlier, the back rows were crowded, but now one could see quite a few empty seats at a glance. When Dean Huang left, he took a lot of students with him. Dean Feng looked at Yan Jiming and sighed. "I heard that Dean Huang came because of, but the top scholar from the Physics Institute this year is indeed impressive. Their institute is lucky. You've organized this welcome party well." After saying that, he went out the door. Yan Jiming exchanged glances with the people from the School of Finance, worried about this very scenario, which was why they had Bai Shaoqi as the closing act. "Minister Yan, now a lot of people live streaming are waiting for our closing performance," a member of the student union of the School of Finance suddenly spoke up. "Should we have had Bai Lian as the closing act?" Bai Lian had already been trending for 3 hours now. But before this, who could have known Bai Lian's performance would be so explosive? Yan Jiming also felt somewhat uneasy. The penultimate performance. Bai Shaoqi went on stage with her false nails equipped. Sitting before the guzheng, she also noticed the 3 empty seats in the first row and tightened her fingers slightly. In the last row, a boy who had been streaming with his phone the whole time perked up. "Look quickly, the much-anticipated live stream of Bai Shaoqi is on." Bai Shaoqi played Rewriting the Past as she struck the strings in time with the beat of the drum. The song was already an inspirational type, and the sound quality in the venue was good, but, "I've been waiting for so long, but why doesn't it sound as good as the opening accompaniment?" Professional speaking, do not compare this guzheng piece with the BGM of the opening dance, there is no comparability. Taken on its own, Bai Shaoqi's performance was very good, but in comparison, not to mention Bai Lian's spear dance, even her opening music was composed with the involvement of Jian Zhongyou, with flute and shao melodies, all recorded by teachers from Jiangyin. Do you understand the value of a piece co-created by so many masters of Jiangyin? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 669, Little Sister 266's Divine Move, Impromptu Arrangement, Simple_1 The auditorium borrowed Jianjian sound system, which delivered a full, clear, and well-rounded sound, with the layers of various instruments distinctly overlaid. The bass was turned up to the max. The enjoyment was as thrilling as listening to a master-level music ensemble live. So after the opening performance, even the second dance group to take the stage seemed lackluster in comparison. Not to mention the final instrumental solo performance. It was too bland. The bullet screen comments were still discussing it. Moreover, the guzheng doesn't sound as good as the song Everlasting, of course, only my Yen Lu can pull off that song best. Where have you placed the god of picking and the simplifier? Speaking of which, did anyone else think that the background music for the opening dance was really good? I've been trying to identify it for ages but can't figure it out, and the style, who dares to tag Dean Jian? Source, web novel. Com updated on N0 New. Omicron, the bullet screen comments started to chat idly, as the live broadcast room had lost interest in the final Guqin performance and began discussing where exactly Bai Lian's opening tune came from. But after 3 hours, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of edited clips on the internet of Bai Lian's spear segment, yet tens of thousands of netizens were unable to trace the music's origin. Those present at the evening gala were also whispering and discussing among themselves. Disappointment was thick in the air. Everyone originally thought that after such an explosive opening, the finale would be even more spectacular. They didn't expect that even the opening BGM couldn't be outshone, and the whole event ended on a downbeat note. Bai Lian was responsible for the explosive start, while the rest ensured the low ending. The people who had managed to secure seats in the front few rows were already leaving with their phones. If I knew it would be like this later, I wouldn't have rescheduled. My 7 p.m. high-speed train would have been just right, leaving after the opening. Yeah, me too. Yan Jiming and the folks from the Finance Student Council were standing in the first 2 rows, and they could overhear these quiet discussions clearly. The finale hadn't even finished before half of the audience had left. Even some of Bai Shouqi's fans felt that the finale content was mediocre. The gala opened with a bang but closed almost without a whisper. Everyone only remembered Jiang University and the physics department, along with Bai Lian, who even made it to the trending searches, while hardly anyone mentioned the finance department that had put effort into promoting from the start. When it did come up, it was mostly remarks about the later programs lacking in excitement. President Ba, Yan Jiming looked at Ba Shiming. If your student council's program was that good, why didn't you say something earlier? If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have scheduled Bai Lian's performance so soon. Yi Jingxian thought about last week, when they were not even granted a few minutes for a dress rehearsal on stage, all for the sake of the finance department's newcomers' sound check, and she smiled. Minister Yan, we wanted to rehearse first last week, and you didn't let us. Yan Jiming and the others had no response. Who could have known? Aside, Kong Wei and Yu Simin were packing up their things, both feeling that Bai Shouqi's Guqin playing was actually quite pleasant to the ears. It just lacked the bombastic impact of the opening dance music. Not to mention the visual effects, we're talking about tens of millions of Yan Lu's fans who felt that Yan Lu's spear-wielding couldn't match up to Bai Lian's. What do you think? Kong Wei collected the cups beside the first row and lowered his voice. Tang Ming said Bai Lian plays better than Bai Shaoqi. What would it be like if she played the guzheng? Yu Simin picked up the water bottle. Don't mention it, I'm curious too. It just felt like a missed opportunity this time. Shanghai apartment. Bai Lian was in the study room 303, pressing down a piece of draft paper, working on problems from the Jiangjing app. The window was half open, with the breeze moving the silver desk toy next to it. Her phone rang. It was Dean Jian's call. Bai Lian's fingertips were still pressing down on the draft paper as she lazily hit the answer and hands-free button, leaving the phone to the side. Dean Jian. Lao, who had sent the viral video of Bai Lian to Dean Jian. Bai Lian's online popularity that night was no less than that of an list celebrity. Almost everyone's social media and short clips were flooded by that final, defining smile. How was it? Dean Jian raised an eyebrow. The sound system I provided worked well, right? Bai Lian jotted down a string of numbers. She had washed off the contour the makeup artist had applied and sat in her chair, barefaced, with the hair at the back of her head pinned up again by the white jade hairpin. What sound system? She inquired, unfazed. Oh, Dean Jian remembered her dedication to studying at the physics department, oblivious to worldly affairs. Jiang University borrowed a sound system from us. No problem there, the effects tonight should have been good, but have you specifically trained with a spear? On the other end of the phone, Dean Jian was still in his office. He leaned back in his chair, his muddy gaze fixed on a tablet on his desk, with its screen displaying a slow-mo clip of a scene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 670, Sister 266's Divine Operation, Impromptu Arrangement, Simple _2 Bai Lian's 4-minute and 28-second spear performance was edited into various shots, mostly featuring the final still frame. Some included the spotlights at the beginning and her retreating spear move. No matter which edit it was, each video garnered at least 200,000 likes, with the most popular one reaching several million. The one director Jian was watching featured her final aerial turn and retreating spear move. The comments on this video were, "Now I finally understand what my sister Heron meant when she said her skills were far from perfect. Compared to her, my sister Heron is out of her league." Spear and Guzheng. As it happened, Bai Lian was skilled at both. "I've studied them," Bai Lian said, somewhat surprised. "You called me so late just to ask about this." "Of course not. There is an international music exchange being held in Jiangjing," Director Jian began on the main topic. "A gathering of the masters from the musical instrument field. You should come and find some inspiration when the time comes." This was Director Jian's unique way of urging her to write a new song. Bai Lian had to attend classes at Tongfeng, complete homework left by the professors, help Wang Su and the others with Boyuan class questions, and even discuss ancient texts with Jian Zhi during her spare time. During holidays, Director Ma would summon her to the laboratory. Her days were very fulfilling, but she hardly had any time to visit the music room. Source: Web novel. Com updated on Omicron New. 0. Sure, Bai Lian said, scribbling down another equation, her mind clearly elsewhere. "I have an old friend who I think would really like you," Director Jian, recognizing the dutiful but distracted tone in her voice, knew she must be doing her homework. "Never mind, you finish your homework first." He hung up the phone. Looking again at the tablet, proficient in Guzheng, interpreting the white robe journey so beautifully, and this retreating spear move that became an overnight sensation on the internet, Director Jian remembered that back in Xiangqing, Bai Lian was quite familiar with the head of the Calligraphy Association. Even his own great-nephew heeded Bai Lian's words closely. All members of the Jian family could write in the Liang style, and although Director Jian was not highly skilled, he could write it as well. He had seen Bai Lian's writing, which was neat and carried a unique style of Guanga body. So he wondered, could she also write in Liang style? If she could write in Liang style too, Director Jian thought. On the first day of vacation, countless tourists visited Jiangjing. The entrance to Jiang University was especially crowded with tourists. Although Jiang University had always attracted many visitors each year, none compared to this year, when tourists crowded the entrance early in the morning. Jiang University restricted the number of reservation visitors each day, but those who couldn't enter didn't leave and simply used their phones to take photos at the entrance. Those who could go inside would first visit the square, then the auditorium to see last night's venue, and finally search for the physics faculty. The number of people coming to check in at the physics faculty was beyond counting. The usually low-profile physics faculty had never expected to rise in popularity this way. Dean Huang lived in the university-provided housing. Staff from the academic office and teachers of advanced mathematics, who lived next door, came over early to discuss the situation with him. The influx of visitors was too great. Bai Lian's traditional Chinese music coupled with her martial arts, already a high-achieving student from Jiang University, was driving traffic to her videos on social media. It sparked a trend of Jiang University style and traditional martial arts. Many official bodies wanted to contact Bai Lian, but no one had her contact details. Unable to find any information, they all turned to the physics department. What does the Martial Association want with her? Dean Huang, while grading the topology problem submitted by the Tongfeng class, couldn't help but retort, "We don't give out her contact information to them, no." And as for the general netizens, Dean Huang chuckled, "I hope they work hard and get into our physics faculty one day, to be in the same major as classmate Bai Lian. Your physics department scores are already ridiculously high, are you going to set them even higher next year?" The calculus professor couldn't help but put down his teacup. "Leave some students for us, will you?" Dean Huang didn't respond, moving on to the next answer sheet. Neat and attractive handwriting. It was immediately pleasing to his eyes. While academician Ma was busy and could only spare time for one class a week at Tongfeng, it was rare enough, and the homework problem sets were corrected by his disciple, Dean Huang. Whenever he encountered a remarkable answer, he would send it directly to academician Ma. These were the papers by Lien and the others submitted last week. Dean Huang nodded. The handwriting looked nice, but something felt a bit off. Next to him, the advanced mathematics professor also noticed this. He out loud, "Isn't this our Buyuan class exam paper?" "What Buyuan class?" Dean Huang's brow twitched. He quickly pushed that paper to the bottom of the pile. "This is a Tongfeng class exam paper, you saw it wrong." The next one was still by Lien's exam paper. Thankfully this time it was a topology question. "That is our Buyuan class logo." The maths teacher put down his teacup and insisted on taking the exam paper from Dean Huang's hands, examining it carefully from top to bottom. He taught first-year university physics students advanced mathematics, but the mathematics majors didn't take advanced mathematics. He taught real variables in the Buyuan class. This question was the one he assigned last time. He could recognize it at a glance. Dean Huang watched expressionlessly as the look on the maths professor's face grew brighter and brighter. Inside, he was frantically complaining. What was Bai Lian up to? How did she even have time to do Buyuan class problems? What kind of slick move was his little junior sister pulling? I think, the advanced maths professor, holding the exam paper, looked at Dean Huang. Dean Huang snatched back the exam paper, looked up. "You shouldn't think. Be careful or I'll have the teacher hit you." The advanced maths professor. Bai Lian was unaware that Tang Ming and Ning Xiao had turned in both of her answer sheets together after reviewing them. She was popular these days, but her high school and university classmates were nice, and they didn't sell her WeChat info everywhere. Her phone number also wasn't exposed. Basically, nobody was harassing her. Bai Lian herself was very relaxed. Of course, that was except for the daily harassing messages Su Jiue sent her on WeChat. Su Jiue, JPG, Su Jiue, sister, are you coming today? Su Jiue, sister, are you coming today? Su Jiue, she began flooding Bai Lian's screen again. Today was the 2nd, the Su family was holding a full moon celebration for Su En's child, with the banquet set at noon. Bai Lian had just returned from her morning run, sent her a symbol, and Su Jiue stopped. Scrolling down, the next message was from Yi Jingxian. "Yi Jingxian, junior sister, where is your opening BGM from? A lot of netizens want to know, the student council's phone lines are being blown up." Bai Jian, just improvised, does it have a name? On the other side of the phone, Yi Jingxian was startled by Bai Lian's message and sat up from her bed in the dorm. Such a rhythmic music that had caused so much noise among netizens and could be called a divine composition was actually made up on the spot. Yi Jingxian looked at the student council's group chat, thought for a bit, then asked Bai Lian, "Junior sister, can you post this music online? Netizens are all begging for the original track." The student council had the original audio sent by Bai Lian. There were also recordings from the event online, but live recordings always fell short in quality. This music wasn't related to Bai Lian. She took a screenshot and sent it to Dean Jian. Dean Jian, 1, half an hour later, Jiang University's physics department student council posted an audio source on Weibo. Frowny face. "Hey race, the audio source everyone has been searching for." Asked junior sister and she said it was improvised with no name. Just have a quick listen. Attached, Jian. MP3, if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 671, 267, Are we still going to see the snowy mountain together? Second update, _1 Bai Lian was in Mr. Moss' laboratory yesterday. She didn't go out today though. After her morning run and a shower, she changed clothes, and when Jiang Fulai came to find her, she was standing in front of the desk writing calligraphy. Everything needed for writing, including brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, was neatly arranged in the study. She was dressed in a simple dark blue top and a long white skirt. Her black hair was pinned up with a white jade hairpin, her eyelashes cast down. Traditional colors always seemed to set off her temperament. When she was seriously practicing calligraphy, it wasn't the library style. It was the Liang style. The strokes were bold and unrestrained. Jiang Fulai looked down at what she was writing, and it was just one phrase: knowledge and action are one. The motto of Jiang University. The Calligraphy Association has many interpretations of Liang style nowadays, emphasizing the balance of solid and void, penetrating deeply into the wood. Source: web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. Her writing was always casual, but it revealed a clear presence. When are we leaving? Jiang Fulai, wearing a white shirt and standing leisurely beside her, admired her writing. In the morning light, his silhouette was exceedingly smooth. Bai Lian put down the brush. Let's go early. I'm skipping breakfast. I still need to visit Mr. Ma. Ji Mulan had a baby, and the entire Su family was very happy. Su An's reputation had shot up in Yunshao district over the past half-year, especially in the past 2 months with Chief Chen's presence. His status rose even further, prompting even the main branch of the Su family to send someone over with early congratulations. Flying too close to the sun, even Su An was on edge, so this time he didn't throw a large banquet, but only invited close relatives and partners. The venue was at the Su family's place. Bai Lian and Ji Heng arrived relatively early. By the time they got there, Chief Chen was already there. He was quite familiar with Su En and knew that Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai would also attend, so he arranged his only 3 days of holiday in advance. Ji Mulan was recuperating on the upper floor and didn't come down. The baby was in the arms of the old Mrs. Su, who had a chrysanthemum-like smile on her face when she saw Bai Lian and Ji Heng approach. The 1-month-old child, although premature, had grown a bit plumper and was fair and tender. Ji Heng, who habitually held his large tobacco pipe, didn't speak, but his expression softened considerably while looking at the baby. Jiang Fulai stood by Bai Lian's side, his phoenix eyes gently lowered, calmly watching the infant. His cool demeanor made the old Mrs. Su want Bai Lian to take a closer look at the child, but she didn't dare approach because of Jiang Fulai. The old Mrs. Su paid close attention to Bai Lian's expressions. Bai Lian always carried an easygoing and elegant air that made it hard to guess what was on her mind. The old Mrs. Su sighed. She hoped Bai Lian would take a liking to the child. Even if she didn't like the baby, the old woman hoped Bai Lian wouldn't despise it. Su Wenyao and Su En bore no blood relation to Bai Lian, who was never formally inducted into the Su family genealogy. Such relationships maintained by feelings alone were too fragile. After all, the child was born preterm, the old woman thought, while handing the baby over to the nanny. She had the nanny take him to the nursery above. Uncle Ji, Chief Chen talked with Ji Heng. Let's go fishing tomorrow. I still have 1 day of holiday left. With his hand rhythmically tapping the pipe, the other hand leading Jiang He, and Chief Chen being a vigorous new official, it had been a long time since they had made arrangements to go fishing together. All right, I have the fishing rods. It's summer, let's choose a different spot to fish, Chief Chen suggested. Su En poured tea for the two. His demeanor was refined. I'm fine with any location. Let's go and talk in the back. Someone just brought over a few tiger fish. Since leaving Shangqing, it had been a long while since Su En went fishing. Busy for so long, the Su family was gradually settling into the right track, and Su En could finally take a breather. All 3 men were fishing enthusiasts, so they headed to the back to admire the tiger fish Su En had just received. In the hall, the old Mrs. Su took the walking stick passed to her by the butler, staring in astonishment at Ji Heng's retreating figure. She had never expected that the Ji family would be knowledgeable about such ornamental fish. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai didn't go to see the tiger fish, as Bai Lian was not particularly interested in fishing. She and Jiang Fulai went upstairs to the nanny's room to see the child. Jiyue was also upstairs, leaning on the crib. The child's name had already been decided, Su Siki. Siki, the great responsibility, the mother of King Wen. Such a grand name. Jiang Fulai commented casually on the child's name while holding his phone, his hands in his pockets, and glancing down at the infant. To his surprise, the baby in the crib had already opened his eyes, and they were almond-shaped, somewhat resembling Bai Lian. Jiang Fulai glanced over indifferently. He no longer seemed to find the child objectionable. "Let's go," Bai Lian said to Jiang Fulai after looking at Su Siki. "Aren't you eating?" Su Wenyao had been leaning on the doorway all the while, not disturbing them. When he heard Bai Lian say they were leaving, he approached. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 672, 267, Are we still going to see the snowy mountain together? Second update, _2 Su Jiyue also looked up, her eyes behind the lens. Bai Lian stood up straight and walked downstairs. "I have something else to attend to today, and Director Huang is looking for me as well." As soon as he heard it was Director Huang, Su Wenyao did not insist on keeping Bai Lian, and he accompanied her downstairs. After Bai Lian left with Jiang Fulai, Su Jiyue still leaned on the iron railing, watching Bai Lian's car until she finally spoke her first words. "How could sister leave so quickly?" "You don't talk when alien is here," Su Wenyao said, looking down slightly. Su Ziyu's hands did not loosen as she uttered hesitantly, I didn't dare to speak." Now she regretted it. Su Wenyao expressed his inability to assist her. He returned to entertain some other relatives, while Su Jiyue stood at the door for a while. Just when she was about to leave, she noticed a child squatting at her feet. He held a Rubik's Cube in his hand, squatting beside her, leisurely twisting it. A white t-shirt with overalls that had cabbage pockets stitched on both sides. Su Jiyue knew this was a child who often followed Bai Lian closely. Thinking Jiang he was concentrating on the Rubik's Cube, she squatted opposite him and took the cube from his hands. To help restore it. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New, 10 minutes later. Jiang he extended his hand to take back the Rubik's Cube from Su Ziyu's hands without any expression. In Su Ziyu's doubtful gaze questioning her own scholarly status, he restored the Rubik's Cube. Su Jiyue, she took out her cell phone and sent an exclamation mark to Bai Lian. Mu Yining was at her temporary residence in Yunshao district. She looked at Dong Xiaobai sitting on the couch, she and Dong Chuan. Dong Chuan was Dong Xiaobai's brother's son. They knew each other because of Dong Xiaobai and walked together. Taking advantage of the National Day holiday, they invited Ren Wanxian to the Dong family. It just so happened to be the 2nd of the month. The Dong family was known for its scholarly heritage. Mu Yining had never expected these two to come together. "I just found out too," Dong Xiaobai was also frustrated, "she's going to the Dong family. You know my dad really appreciates her. It's not right for me not to go, so we'll have to visit your granduncle another day." "Sure, then she probably can't make it today either." Mu Yining glanced at her phone. Xiao Jia was already downstairs waiting with Ji Xiaojun. She picked up the gift box and her bag and went downstairs. Dong Xiaobai saw her off. "How is the old man's health?" "He always stays in the ancestral hall. The family doctor said his health is about the same as that of the Qin family." Mu Yining stepped into the elevator. The medical summit is in Zhongjing, and several researchers from the MTR and WMA will be coming. "Well, see then." Dong Xiaobai sighed too and asked no further, escorting Mu Yining to the car. Today Xiao Jie was the driver, with only Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun in the car. Mu Yining handed the gift box to Xiao Jia and sat in the passenger seat. The car drove towards Mingfeng district. Most of Mingfeng district was populated by fringe families. Neither Xiao Jia nor Mu Yining paid much attention to it. At 11 o'clock, the car arrived at the Su family's front gate, a very ordinary villa district. Zu's assistant had been waiting by the iron gate early to welcome Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing. Seeing Mu Yining, who got off from the driving seat dressed in a professional style, he was a bit startled. His gaze shifted to Ji Xiaojun. "Mr. Ji, this lady is..." Ji Xiaojun briefly introduced Mu Yining. "Hello, President Mu." Zu's assistant bowed and invited them in. "The old master and the others are at the back watching tiger fish. Would you like to head back first?" "Sure." Ji Xiaojun nodded to Zu's assistant. Shen Qing quickly noticed Jiang He squatting next to Su Jiue, and he went to find them. Xiao Jia meanwhile followed Mu Yining, feeling puzzled why the Su family didn't come out to welcome Mu Yining and Ji Xiaojun and instead let the two guests go looking for them at the back. Quite pompous, he thought to himself. Beside him, Ji Xiaojun and Mu Yining discussed some business matters. By the artificial pond in the backyard, an official named Shen held a lit cigarette, pointing at a tiger fish swimming in the pond and turned to Ji Hing above him. "This one indeed has good quality." The smoke twirled around. Chen caught a glimpse of Ji Xiaojun and waved at him. "Ji brother, you've arrived just in time. I was discussing with Uncle Ji about fishing tomorrow. Are you free?" "I am free." Ji Xiaojun approached, greeted Su En, and introduced Mu Yining beside him. "As I mentioned before, the guest I brought today, my cousin Mu Yining." Su En had not met Mu Yining before. But, having attended countless banquets with the Qin family, Qin knew Mu Yining. He snuffed out his cigarette in the nearby ashtray. He politely smiled at Mu Yining, somewhat surprised inside. "Miss Mu, I didn't expect you to be Ji brother's cousin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 673, 267, Are we still going to see the snowy mountain together? Second update, _3 Director Chen knew her, and Mu Yining was of course more familiar with Director Chen, the politician who was often the talk of the Yunshao district headlines. The rising star put forth by the Qin family. Not to mention Mu Yining, there were countless people from both the Su family and the Qin family eager to take the opportunity to participate in a banquet related to Qin Yongkuan. Mu Yining didn't expect to see Director Qin in a place like the Mingfeng district, so even she was taken aback before regaining her composure and speaking. "Lord Qin, I have long admired you." Both of them were too formal. Ji Hing still stood by the railing, looking down at the tiger fish, occasionally turning his head to speak with Director Qin. Mu Yining stood by, shocked to hear how respectfully Qin Yongkuan, with his current status in the Qin family and comparable to Qin Beixian, was treating Ji Hing. Especially, calling him Uncle Ji and Brother Ji. Mu Yining could naturally tell that Director Chen's respect for Ji Hing came from the heart. The Mu family had declined, and could no longer compare to the Qin family. How did Ji Hing come to know Qin Yongkuan, and why did the latter treat him with such courtesy? And Su, source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron 0. Suen, the nouveau riche from the Yunshao district. The Institute. In the second-floor meeting room, Director Huang took out yesterday's exam paper and handed it to Bai Lian. "You. Bai Lian, why did you take the Buiyuan class exam?" Bai Lian looked down and saw that it had been marked with a 100. Sorry, she admitted her mistake, it won't happen again. Director Huang wanted to say something, but seeing Jiang Fulai standing beside Bai Lian with his hands in his pockets and an indifferent expression, he held back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. God of wealth was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, the teacher would have to expel him from the mentorship. He couldn't even reprimand the little sister apprentice, as her status with their teacher was definitely higher than his. After pondering for a while, Director Huang could only silently take Bai Lian to see the newly arrived quantum magnetic instrument. Jiang Fulai not only showed up today but also had someone bring the quantum magnetic instrument. Ming Dongheng wasn't allowed into the laboratory of the Science Academy, so he escorted the instrument to the front gate of the academy and stopped there. Returning to Jiang Fulai's side, he handed over a sealed document, the MTR report. Jiang Fulai didn't bother entering the quantum information lab. He pushed up his glasses, headed to the lounge next door, and opened the report with a glance. It was the blood test he had sent in. Ming Dongheng glanced at the envelope. It wasn't English, nor French, and judging by the incomprehensible symbols, it should be Hebrew. Anyway, he, Ming Dongheng, had never learned it. He stood silently beside Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai held a grudge against Professor Ma for not letting Bai Lian off, and the researchers on this floor had been tiptoeing all day long, not daring to pass by the lounge even if it meant taking a detour. By 5 in the afternoon, Bai Lian had finally finished reviewing the quantum magnetic instrument. Professor Ma let her go. Jiang Fulai took the car keys, joined her in going to the parking lot. As Bai Lian sat in the passenger seat and buckled her seatbelt, she spoke in her usual casual manner, "You seem very happy today." Jiang Fulai drove out. Today everyone around Professor Ma couldn't wait to stay 800 meters away from him. Even Ming Dongheng didn't dare to get too close to him, only she would say such a thing, a little. The car slowly drove out of the institute, and in the evening, the wind blew in bursts into the passenger side, diluting the cool scent inside the car. Today, Ji Hing wasn't at Shanghai apartment, and Jiang He wasn't around either, so Jiang Fulai took her to Kangyu Tower for dinner, to a small private room on the top floor, where opening the window provided a view of the bustling ancient city. The lights on the ancient city towers twinkled. Jiang Fulai spoke briefly about the dish preferences with the manager outside before re-entering, and when he did, Bai Lian was lazily leaning against the window, gazing at the neon lights below. Her eyes and brows were softened by the gentle light, her long lashes casting a shadow on her eyelids as she finally viewed the world without distancing herself, at last settling on this land. The very soil of her homeland was beneath her feet, and the most desperate thing was the time that could never be returned to. "Why aren't you coming in?" Bai Lian crossed one hand over her chest and leaned on the window with the other, not turning her head, only continuing to lounge by the window lazily. The area below used to be the Imperial City. Jiang Fulai closed the door and walked over to her with composure, looking down at her hand resting on the window. "My parents died young, and the only relative is an aunt. She probably will still be working at the Dark Matter Institute, semi-free with a body that should still be in relatively good health." He spoke slowly and deliberately. Outside the window, 1,000 lights shone, casting their glow on Jiang Fulai's face as he looked at Bai Lian's eyes that turned to him and sighed softly. "It seems like I don't really have much, but Bai Lian." Emisham. Jiang Fulai lowered his eyes to look at her, his strong and slender palm resting on her waist with a slight coolness, his distinguished and cold face shrouded in the confusing light of the lamps. He set his glasses aside, tilted his head down slightly, and with restrained passion, moved in for a kiss at the edge of her lips. "I may not have a home to speak of, but do you still want to go with me to see the snow-capped mountains? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 674. 268 Roses look good in her hands only, ranked number 1 in points. Every stage of life has its own significance. Jiang Fulai always had a clear plan for his life. Wanting to show her the beautiful and mysterious side of this world was true, as was his desire to take her to see the snow-capped mountains. As time stretched on, Jiang Fulai thought, he was not someone who pleased others, but he could not hide it when it came to her. He hung his head low, blocking the light from the side, casting his profile in a distinct chill, while his usually profound and aloof features now seemed somewhat softer. Outside the window, someone was setting off fireworks, and a rose-shaped firework blossomed in the sky. It was rare for this area to have fireworks, and the sudden explosion of fireworks brought many exclamations from below. Bai Lian looked up, her wrist still casually resting on the windowsill, not seeming too surprised. She had been in this world for over a year, and Jiang He was the first friend she made here. She remembered that night vividly. The moon was beautiful, and she was waiting with Jiang He for his brother, calling the wrong name at their first meeting, a memory too significant to forget, yet she realized that it was often this man who stayed by her side. Together, they had walked through the countless quiet and deserted streets of Purish Street. But indeed Jiang Fulai was someone who did not indulge in worldly pleasures, a man who stood above the clouds, revered and feared even by He Wen, proud and arrogant, that kind of noble son. The fireworks outside continued to climb and explode in the air, the light flashing on and off in his eyes. Jiang University's confident and composed young master seemed not so confident at this moment. Source: Web Novel. Com. Updated on Omicron. His other hand was placed on her wrist that rested outside the window, his fingers always cool, the temperature at the tips showing distinct restraint. Bai Lian looked at him for a while. Go open the door, there's someone outside. Jiang Fulai made an "oh" sound, subconsciously loosened his grip, and turned to walk to the front to open the door. The meal had arrived. The manager bowed his head, conscientiously serving the dishes with respect. At this window, one could still see the last fireworks blooming. He served the dishes and then quickly withdrew. They also brought a pot of tea, purple sand teapot and cup. Jiang Fulai extended his hand out of habit to pour a cup of tea for the position opposite him, bending calmly to set the teacup and pot in place, his shirt outlining the slight arc of muscle on his body. Bai Lian still leaned casually by the window, hands clasped together, her right hand holding his glasses that were left on the windowsill, still in a very relaxed state. She watched Jiang Fulai pouring tea and arranging the tableware. The yellow, bright tea soup was fragrant with orchid notes as it was poured. They serve old Ban Zhang here. Bai Lian looked at him and laughed. Jiang Fulai started uncovering the silver lids on the silver dish, his voice ever calm and steady. All stores under the Jiang family have it. When do you think is the best season to go? Bai Lian moved to the side of the dining table, the fireworks outside having vanished. Jiang Fulai did not catch on. What? I mean, Bai Lian sat opposite him, setting his glasses aside. She looked up leisurely. When are you planning to take me? Jiang Fulai sat in place, the feelings hidden deep inside his heart spread through the corners of Xiangqing along with the fleeting fireworks outside, receiving a response. He was still lost in thought. Any time is fine. When do you want to go? Bai Lian picked up the teacup and slowly took a sip. The old Ban Zhang with some years behind it had a rich, full-bodied tea aroma, and the strength of the tea's body was immediately apparent upon tasting, dense and smooth, leaving a sweet aftertaste. Let's go during the winter break, Bai Lian thought for a moment, but it's not fixed. There seems to be a summer camp during the holiday. As she spoke, Jiang Fulai finally came to his senses. He sat up, blinked, and pressed his right hand against the table edge to stand, his rolled-up sleeve revealing his cold white wrist with slightly pronounced veins, and his left hand, roughened by calluses, gently caressed her chin, and he almost whispered as he kissed the side of her lips, "Okay." After eating, they returned to Shanghai apartment. They passed by the affiliated middle school. At this time, even the students of Jiang University affiliated middle school were on holiday. Aunt Zhang had opened a flower shop at the affiliated middle school, and her business was not yet closed at this hour, seemingly doing quite well as delivery guys would come by to pick up flowers. Jiang Fulai parked the car on the roadside. He usually did not care for the frivolities of romance, whether it be roses, Chinese roses, or even foxtail grass. They were all the same in his eyes. Facing young Master Jiang, Aunt Jiang also felt somewhat intimidated. She asked, "Still just one rose? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 675. 268 roses look good in her hands only. Ranked number 2 in points. Jiang Fulai nodded reservedly, his distinct knuckles holding a mobile phone, scanning the WeChat QR code laid out on Auntie Zhang's counter. He took the flowers handed to him. Very fresh roses, unwrapped, with petals in the shape of wine cups dotted with droplets on their snow-white underbellies, making the rouge-colored roses even redder. Jiang Fulai returned to the driver's seat and handed a rose to the person sitting in the passenger seat. Today, the car's Bluetooth was not playing tedious academic papers. Instead, it played the guzheng music of Principal Jian, a representative of both gentleness and passion. His music was the same. Jiang Fulai tilted his head slightly. Bai Lian held the rose in her hand, casually pressing it against her cheek, while her other hand rested askew on the car window. Her face, both restrained and bold, was just as the internet described, vibrant in her youth, like a horse galloping across a slanting bridge, with red sleeves beckoning from every floor. Indeed, roses look best in that person's hands. Ji Shane's residence. Mu Yining had brought Ji Xiaojun and Shenqing back, and after such an eventful day, she accepted Ji Shane's invitation for a cup of tea. Shenqing had little to say to the Mu family, so she left Ji Xiaojun to talk with them while she went to the balcony to collect laundry. Source: Web Novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New. Dong Xiaobai had just brought Ren Wanxian back when Mu Yining had not yet left. Since Ji Xiaojun and Dong Xiaobai both were involved in the arts, they struck up a conversation and stayed for a cup of tea with Mu Yining. The tea was rich in flavor. Mu Yining did not know how to appreciate tea, but Dong Xiaobai did. He looked down, contemplating. This didn't seem like a tea the Mu family would give to Ji Xiaojun. Curious, he asked an extra question. Shenqing answered with reserve, "This is tea brought by Xiaojiang." Xiaojiang? Which one? Dong Xiaobai wanted to ask more, but seeing Shenqing's expression, he retracted his question and began to talk about Ren Wanxian with Mu Yining and Ji Xiaojun. "You're saying the Calligraphy Association president wants to recruit her?" Mu Yining was surprised to hear Dong Xiaobai's words, as the Mu family seldom studied calligraphy, but thanks to Dong Xiaobai, she knew that the Calligraphy Association was very strict about its membership. After all, it was backed by the Qin family and the Jiang family, comparable to Principal Jian's status in the National Music Circle. She had not expected Ren Wanxian to be able to join the Calligraphy Association. Ren Wanxian, feeling uncomfortable with Ji Shane's serious demeanor, looked down. "Just lucky." She knew Bai Lian was also proficient in the Liang script, and wondered whether her calligraphy had improved over the year. "There's a bit of luck involved," Dong Xiaobai smiled. Ren Wanxian was far behind in skill. After all, calligraphy needed a certain talent, and Ren Wanxian lacked it, but due to the Dong family's connections, the Calligraphy Association president was willing to show some face. The calligraphy circle really favored the Liang style. "My dad himself didn't master Liang script, but he sees Wanxian is quite fond of it." The Dong family had many who studied painting and calligraphy, but only a few seriously knew the Liang script. And among them, not a single girl. It was inevitable. Girls inherently have less wrist strength, and in Beijing, the only girl who wrote the Liang style well was the vice president's disciple, Su Yajun. Alien's handwriting is also very beautiful. Amid their conversation, Shenqing suddenly spoke. Ji Xiaojun had indeed heard from Ji Hing that Bai Lian had spent some time last year practicing large characters by suspending a piece of heavy iron, but Ji Xiaojun had only seen Bai Lian's Guanga style. Were Ji family's genes that good? Dong Xiaobai looked towards Shenqing. "She writes something Guan." Shen Qing had heard Tang Ming and others talk about Bai Lian practicing some script that made the science students feel inferior because their teacher complained about not finding answers. Guang's style, Dong Xiaobai knew immediately which style she meant but also lost some interest. It's quite a bonus for a girl to practice this style. He and Mu Yining didn't stay long at Ji Shane's place. After leaving, the two got into the car together. Because Shen Qing brought up Bai Lian, Dong Xiaobai inquired more about Bai Lian. The top scorer in the college entrance exam. He sat up straight in surprise. Then what did your old man say? Mu Yining shook her head. Dong Xiaobai sat back down. He won't come out even if offered the title of top scorer on the national exam. But, the genes in your cousin's line seem to be much better than those in yours. A top scorer, could earn a place on the clan's plaque. It's a pity that I'm going back to the Dong family today, otherwise, I could have met your niece. Though he had never met her, he was curious about Bai Lian. Mu Yining also found it strange, even if you went, you wouldn't be able to see her. She seems to be busy today, it's hard for even me to get a glimpse. The National Day's 7-day holiday. Even heartless companies should give time off. Isn't she just done with her college entrance exams and still a student? What's got her busy? As for what exactly she was busy with, Mu Yining didn't know either. Of Ji Shane's two nieces, Ren Wanxian could be seen through at a glance, while Bai Lian always remained enigmatic. The 7-day National Day holiday sounded long, but it passed in a flash. Many people woke up on the 8th day wishing they held a time machine in their hands, so they could press a button and return to the first day of the holiday to start over. In the Tongfeng class, Tang Ming swore with his hand raised, "Really, I put it in the book after I copied it. It must be Brother Ding who accidentally handed it in." Ding Wenyang had just arrived in class and a huge blame was immediately placed on him. The rest of the class were discussing various topics, while Gao Yuan was surrounded by a group of people, with exclamations erupting from time to time, 1,300,000 points. "And you, Wang Shi, how many points do you have?" "Just hit 1,000,000. "That's not too little," said someone by Gao Yuan's side. "You'll definitely have your chance in the midterm practical test." Ding Wenyang, sitting beside Tang Ming in a daze, overheard their conversation and curiously asked Tang Ming, "How many points do you have on the app?" "What points?" Tang Ming's eyes darted about as he shifted the topic from the blame he had placed on Ding Wenyang, his hand resting on Ding Wenyang's shoulder. "You tell me." "The preparatory camps app, don't you know? A lot of our subsequent group competitions and slot allocations will be based on the total scoreboard." "I'm at 900,000 points, said Ding Wenyang, rather proud of his score. The newbie question bank only lasted for 1 year. Afterwards, to earn points, one had to tackle the challenge bank. Every 1,000,000 points marked a milestone. 8 million points could get you into the top 20, 9 million into the top 5. 7 million into the top 40, 6 million into the top 80. 1 million put you within the top 1,000. At 900,000 points, he was already ranked in the top 3,000. The platform gathered geniuses from across the country of nearly 20 years, and with over 10,000 registrants, Ding Wenyang felt quite smug to have reached the top 3,000 within a year. "You are so impressive," Tang Ming genuinely complimented. "No problem, if there's anything you don't know later on, you can ask me." Ding Wenyang, buoyed by the praise, was floating on air. In his reverie, he noticed Bai Lian sitting beside them. She was lounging casually, wearing a sky-blue satin jacket as Beijing had cooled down after a rain following National Day, her hair tied back loosely, engrossed in reading a thesis. "Wait." Ding Wenyang's heart skipped a beat and he took out his phone, opened the blue app, and searched for Bai Lian. No results. Strange. Ding Wenyang continued to search on his phone, typing in Tang Ming's name at random, and this time the results came up quickly. Account name, Tang Ming monthly points, 58741 total points, 1987449 following, 5 followers. 2. Ding Wenyang paused on this page for a good while, his finger hovering over it, then he came back to his senses, trembling fingers searching for Ning Xiao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 676, 269 by Jian, The Arrival of Lance. Second update, _1 The campus network was so-so, but Ding Wenyang managed to refresh the page pretty quickly. Account name, Ning Xiao monthly points, 0 total points, 2717458 following, 2 fans, 3. Total points, 2717458 almost 3 million, how arrogant, Ding Wenyang thought. The warning bell rang, and Ding Wenyang snapped back to reality. He exclaimed, "Ah," and poked Tang Ming. So this is the legendary top student, huh? Not bad. Tang Ming shrugged. Last night, he was criticized by Jiang Fulai for stretching his leg too far. Ding Wenyang, were these people really from Xiangqing? Source, web novel. Com updated on N0 New. His gaze shifted to Bai Lian next to him, who was still holding the original document in her hand. This morning was all about mechanics. The professor had already come in with a USB flash drive. Normally, Ding Wenyang was among those who listened attentively, but today he was somewhat distracted. His phone was still on the app page of Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao, aloof as he was, rarely interacted with others besides Bai Lian. Ding Wenyang came back to his senses and suddenly thought of something. He opened Ning Xiao's following list, just 2 people, L by Jian, pretty normal, everyone on the app follows that arrogant top scorer, but this godsend of a picker who burst onto the scene this year, every day, there were posts about him on the app. Even Ding Wenyang had discussed with others, guessing which lab's newcomer he was. But now, Ding Wenyang opened his WeChat, found Bai Lian's name, and clicked on it, seeing her WeChat name, Bai Jian. At first, when he added Bai Lian's WeChat, he thought she was a fan of the other person, but now it seems, with Ning Xiao's nearly 3 million points. Among the 3 of them, it's needless to say who is the center. Bai Lian would never score less than Ning Xiao. Considering the timing, the sudden emergence of the picker god coincided with the new students joining the app. Ding Wenyang tried to calm himself. But he wasn't very calm at all. At noon, while taking advantage of Bai Lian's meal card for lunch, Ding Wenyang couldn't help but observe Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, especially Bai Lian. Bro, are you secretly in love with both of them? You're always looking. Tang Ming sat next to Ding Wenyang with his legs crossed, warning him, it's fine if you have a crush on Ning Xiao, but don't you dare have any ideas about Sister Lian. Ding Wenyang. What exactly are you thinking? Oh, just a heads up, Tang Ming shrugged, there are too many people expressing their love for Sister Lian on the confession wall every day. Even after National Day, the buzz around Bai Lian at school did not cool down. The BGM released online by the Physics Academy's Student Council was repeatedly analyzed by netizens. It had a style similar to that of Yan Lu's go-to composer, Jian, and the name was simply Jian. In the last few days, it had garnered a little fame, and it became a choice BGM for many video edits. It had been uploaded to various music app platforms. When Bai Lian returned to her dorm in the evening, the other 3 roommates had already finished their washing up, with Sun Qian sitting in her spot reading. Yu Simin was on the balcony on the phone with someone from the association. She was part of the student union's external relations department, had joined the College Students' Entrepreneurship Association, and was now also involved in club activities, as busy as Bai Lian. Only Kong Wei seemed to be the most typical college student among those in the dorm. As soon as Bai Lian came back, she put down her tablet, let her legs down off the bed, and got up to walk over to Bai Lian, alien. What's up? Bai Lian placed her book on the desk, opened the wardrobe to get a towel and clothes to shower. Do you want to create a Weibo account or a video account? Kong Wei asked her, so many people are looking for you online, you know. Your popularity is comparable to that of a second-tier celebrity now. No, Bai Lian headed to the bathroom, explaining gently to Kong Wei, I don't have the time. Alright then, Kong Wei felt it was a bit of a pity. Another person in her place might have already signed with a live streaming company by now. She followed Bai Lian towards the bathroom. Also, about that BGM you sent to Sister Yi, a lot of people online are saying it's very similar to the style of Yan Lu's main composer. Right? Bai Lian stopped at the bathroom door, leaning lazily against the doorframe, waiting for her to finish. Then she calmly lifted the bath towel in her hand, her delicate brows and eyes raised playfully. I'm going to take a shower, do you want to come in together? Kong Wei blushed slightly and took a step back. Bai Lian closed the door to shower. Behind her, the phone Bai Lian left on the desk rang. It was a WeChat voice message. Kong Wei glanced over, and it was a WeChat call from someone named Lance. And looking at the profile picture, it seemed to be a foreigner. Foreigners often use their own photos as profile pictures. Bai Lian came out after her shower, wearing pajamas, and drying her hair with a towel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 677, 269 by Jian, The Arrival of Lance. Second update, _2 Kong Wei sat back in his chair and reminded her, just now, Lance sent you a WeChat voice message. Bai Lian looked down, picked up her phone, and walked to the balcony to call Lance back. On the other end of the phone, Lance, still wearing the dark blue robe Ji Hing made for him, nodded at the welcoming officials and then took out his phone, his Chinese as awkward as ever. Hi, Bai, I've arrived, I'm going to look for an eye. Lance had a summit in the middle of the month. I'm at school. Bai Lian leaned against the balcony, slowly wiping her hair. Are you looking for my grandpa? Exactly. Bai Lian hung up the phone and sent the address of Shanghai apartment to Lance. After thinking it over, she also sent a WeChat message to Ji Hing, telling him that Lance would be visiting that evening. Friday. In the private residential area of Jiangjing, the cemetery. A shower had just passed, and it was nearly autumn, the sky as if washed clean. Source, web novel. Com updated on new. This was a joint tomb. The woman bent down to place the chrysanthemum she held in her hand, then took a handkerchief to wipe the photo of the woman on the tombstone, mumbling to herself for a while before stepping down the stairs. At the bottom of the stairs, Jiang Fulai was wearing a black trench coat, one hand in his pocket, the coat making his figure look extremely slender, his brows and eyes as clear as the rain-washed sky, deep, cold, and serene. He didn't look friendly, and his presence was strong. Ming Dongheng held a long-handled black umbrella, standing a meter away. I've heard from Yan Yan, said Gao Shu, dressed in a cheongsam, the deputy head of the National Theater, holding a high position, having recently gone abroad with the theater for international exchanges, and having just returned home. She exuded a graceful and elegant air. I didn't bring anything back as gifts, so I bought her a hairpin, but I don't know if she'll like it. She wasn't very tall but had a gentle demeanor. She had seen the photos sent by Gao Yen. Walking down the stairs with her, Jiang Fulai's voice was cool and clear. You should change the gift. He didn't explain why. Gao Shu was slightly surprised. She glanced at Jiang Fulai and after a long pause smiled. All right, I'll discuss it with Yan Yan again. But, when do you plan to take me to meet her? She's busy. Jiang Fulai stood tall and straight, his features like jade. He was always concise, no matter who it was. The two walked down a few paths and reached the old Jiang family mansion. The Jiang family estate was too big, and Gao Shu hadn't quite figured out which way to go, so she left with Jiang Fulai. Outside the door, the two's cars were parked. Jiang Fulai's black car was also parked quietly, with Jiang AG6 starting its license plate. Gao Shu's car had the license plate of Jiang AG9. Ming Dongheng, holding the car keys, opened the rear door of the car, and from Gao Yan's car, a young man and woman got out. The girl, with a clear and beautiful face, politely greeted Gao Shu, "Aunt Gao." "Shuhe," Gao Shu smiled at her, "you and Xiao Jio wait for a moment, I'll be right there." Jiang Fulai didn't greet the others, giving only a slight nod to Gao Shu before bending over to get into his car, his black trench coat hem wrapped in a layer of cold frost. Gao Shu wasn't surprised because she was his aunt, and his politeness to her was already quite adequate. The black car drove off, and at the other car, the driver lowered the window. "Mom. How did you explain it to Shuhe?" Gao Shu got into the back seat, looking at Lu Jiu in the driver's seat. "Does your teacher have time today? Mom wants to invite him for a meal." Gao Shu didn't delve into the scientific research field like the Gao family, and her son Lu Jiu was also in the theater and at the same time studying the Guzheng. Ling Shuhe, sitting in the passenger seat, explained to Gao Shu, "Auntie, my teacher is not available today, he seems to be going to have fish soup." Fish soup. Gao Shu didn't quite understand for a moment. Had there been some delicious private kitchen in Jiangjing this year that had become as famous as Qingxin Building's desserts? The car drove off. Soon they were at a stoplight, and as the Gao family lived in Xinjiang district, Gao Shu glanced at Jiang Fulai's car, which was heading toward Jiangjing University Avenue, to Chang'an district. At the Mu family branch, Ji Xiaojun planned to head to Shanghai apartment as soon as his workday ended. Shen Qing had gone earlier that morning. Mu Yining and Dong Xiaobai had just come here to check on the business. Seeing Ji Xiaojun, they stopped to chat for a bit. "President's US private fund, we're planning to invest 80 million, Xiaojun, you go and communicate with him." After the last National Day, the Mu family and Su family had started cooperating gradually. Suan had a good eye. His private fund could not only find financiers but also find people for post-investment, backed by the Federation of Industry and Commerce and the Qin family tree. "Okay," Ji Xiaojun carried his briefcase, looking down at the time. Seeing his hurried actions, Mu Yining was struck with a thought, "Going to Shanghai?" "Yes," Ji Xiaojun nodded, speaking with Mu Yining, "My dad and old Jian went fishing, so there's fresh fish soup and fish head hot pot. Do you want to come?" Old Jian. This seemed to be a new person. Mu Yining felt a bit of regret and shook her head. "I need to go to the state guest house. Say hello to my great-uncle and the others for me." Several researchers from MTR had arrived, and she, along with the butler, planned to go ahead and make reservations with them. Dong Xiaobai wasn't very fond of fish head hot pot either. "They'll go to the state guest house with Yining." Ji Xiaojun nodded, still with Xiao Jia driving him. It was rush hour in Jiangjing and traffic was jammed, but Xiao Jia was patient and explained the situation in the car. "The old master is in poor health, and Miss intends to take advantage of this medical conference to contact doctors abroad. MTR has many special medications, so she couldn't come. However, with this conference inviting people from families like MTR, there would be many, and Mu Yining might not be able to secure a reservation." "Is he very unwell?" Ji Xiaojun fell silent for a moment, remembering that the old master was a little younger than Ji Hing. Xiao Jia shook his head. Harboring long-term pent-up feelings could only deteriorate one's health, couldn't it? Passing by a small supermarket, Ji Xiaojun had Xiao Jia park the car and bought a bottle of soy sauce. Upon arriving at Shanghai apartment, Ji Xiaojun thought of Mu Xiangguang and Ji Hing's issues, looking somewhat silent. Xiao Jia followed him, and the door to 103 was closed. Xiaojie pressed the doorbell. The door was quickly opened by an old man with bright blue eyes and dressed in a sunflower-patterned shirt. His gaze landed on Ji Xiaojun, and he brightened. "How come you've come back? Where's the soy sauce?" It had been a while since they met. How come Mr. Lance's Chinese had regressed? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 678, Jiang Family's Unique Ruler. The invitation from President Jian_1 Ji Xiaojun carried the soy sauce in, and the voice of Director Chen from the kitchen promptly came through, instructing Ji Xiaojun to quickly bring him the soy sauce. Lance wasn't familiar with Chinese cuisine, so he immediately went to watch Ding Jian and Ji Hing play chess. It wasn't the elegant game of Go they were playing but the more common 5-in-row chess. The two were evenly matched, and after covering most of the board in 5-in-row chess, a victor had yet to be decided. Xiaojie, not acquainted with Ding Jian and Lance and seeing them for the first time, recognized the voice of Director Chen cooking in the kitchen. He cautiously entered, greeted Ji Hing, and then left. As he walked out, passing by the door, he noticed 2 suit jackets hanging on a wooden coat rack. Next to it was a blue guest pass. Xiaojie gently closed the door behind him, and just before it shut, he saw the line of words at the top of the blue guest pass and the emblem, X4 Annual Global Medical Summit. The door closed, and Xiaojie, standing outside, suddenly realized. Wasn't this the medical summit that was particularly popular in Jiangjing recently? This year, the summit was held in Jiangjing, so since the National Day holiday, Jiangjing had attracted a large number of visitors. The medical summit was a gathering of the elite, and many patients' relatives took this opportunity to seek appointments. Source: Web Novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New Zero. Neither the Ji family nor the Mu family had anyone in medicine, which was a bit odd. As he walked out, just exiting building number 5, he saw Su-En carrying 2 jars of alcohol, not the whiskey loved by top-end clubs, but 2 jars of aged wine wrapped in red cloth. Knowing Su-En was this year's new face of affluence in Yunshao district, Xiaojie stepped aside. President Su. Su-En had set up a private equity fund. Mu Yining herself had thrown in 80 million to join their game, not much, but still indicating her stance. Su-En was originally from the hotel and catering business, and this time starting a private equity, despite his familiarity with Director Chen, faced many internal skeptics. Mu Yining was currently the highest investor. The name of the fund was quite interesting, Little Grape. A small fund stock that had just started to be listed. Su-En greeted Xiaojie amiably. Jiang University. Today was still the bi-weekly literature presentation. Giving the presentation was still by Lian, but this time, the main body of the literature review was written by Ning Xiao and Ding Wenyang, not achieving an A but getting a B+, which was enough to excite them as their best expectation was only a B. Each Tongfeng class literature presentation was public, not restricting students from other majors to observe. Today, there were even more onlookers than last time, with seats filled with students from other majors. At 8:30 p.m., the presentation ended, and Bai Lian left with her group. On the road to the left outside the lecture hall, Jiang Fulai had been waiting there for 10 minutes, with the western gate of the university closer to Shanghai apartment. He hadn't driven, instead walking over. The evening brought another sprinkling of autumn rain, moistening the air. Grass and trees along the path were covered in droplets, and the pavement was still damp, occasionally with a small puddle reflecting the sheen of the streetlights. The atmosphere of the school was always serene and harmonious. Jiang Fulai stood lazily by the roadside, his gaze fixed on the distant gate, about to take out his phone when a group of students burst through the gates. He straightened up slightly, and soon Bai Lian came into view. The weather had gotten cooler, and today she wore a beige sweatshirt that was somewhat long. Its collar featured 2 red decorative buttons and the cuffs were spliced with a band of red split embroidery. The hem of the sweatshirt was irregularly stitched, draping lazily, perfectly highlighting her casual and gentle temperament. Many female students had taken a liking to this sweatshirt. While chatting, they asked for the link to the sweatshirt. Bai Lian then paused and patiently explained to them, looking down at her moves, that it was a custom modification by her grandfather, without a link to buy. Fulai waited patiently not far away, the girl under the lamp looking unbelievably pretty and gentle. As people came and went along the road in front of the lecture hall, her silhouette was reflected by the light behind her. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao didn't dare walk with Bai Lian at this time, so they took another route towards the cafeteria with Ding Wenyang and others. "It's a bit cold today, are you just wearing that?" Once Bai Lian approached, Jiang Fulai took her computer in one hand and with the other, gently took her right hand, his fingers leisurely weaving through hers to hold tightly. "I'm not cold," he was wearing an extra coat, and his fingertips were even cooler than hers. Bai Lian turned to him and said at an unhurried pace, "You should dress warmer, young Master Jiang. The cold's going around, be careful." Jiang Fulai felt a bit gloomy and changed the subject, "My auntie is back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 679, Jiang Family's Unique Ruler, the invitation from President Jian_2. Last time he mentioned that he only had one relative, which was his aunt. Bai Lian ed, still waiting for what he'd say next, but Jiang Fulai didn't continue speaking. He just gave Bai Lian a conclusion, "Just letting you know, everyone else doesn't matter." Young Master Jiang, the unique ruler of the Jiang family, never used to take other people into consideration in his schedule, mentioning them only to change the subject. After all, even the current second-in-command, Jiang Shijue, hadn't met Bai Lian in person yet. The two of them walked all the way to Shanghai apartment. The street lights weren't on, and there were many people outside at this hour. A few recognized Bai Lian, but because of the intimidating man by her side, they didn't dare to strike up a conversation with her. It would have taken courage to even glance his way. The two made their way back to 303, where Ning Xiao and Tang Ming had already returned and were looking at Zhang Shi's papers. Pu Xiaohan was down in 103. Bai Lian went to 103 to get the fish soup Shen Qing had left for them. Jiang Fulai pushed open the door of the study, set down Bai Lian's laptop, and helped her print out the documents. The printer buzzed away, and he felt oddly at peace, as though time had stood still, while looking at the door. 103, by the time Bai Lian came down, Director Lance and Chief Chin were playing mahjong with Ji Heng in the lobby downstairs. Source, web novel. Com updated on N0 New. Suen and Ji Xiaojun stood behind Lance, advising him on how to play mahjong. This group of people was smoking. Although the glass door of the courtyard was open, the scent of smoke was still heavy. Shen Qing brought out a bowl of soup for Bai Lian and urged her to go up quickly. Director Lance put down his cigarette. He was rarely this leisurely, and when he saw Bai Lian, he nodded. "The day after tomorrow at 6 in the evening, we'll have old who come to pick you up." He was talking about the music exchange event. Bai Lian, who was already standing at the door, heard him and made an "okay" gesture in response. Pu Xiaohan, who had been asking Suen questions, saw Bai Lian coming back and went upstairs with her. After the two went up, Suen finally had the chance to chat with Ji Xiaojun. "I heard that Chairman Mu is going to help you and Mulan with a ceremonial return to the clan." Ji Mulan was still recovering, she had bled a lot, and her body was not in good shape. The Mu family had yet to inform Ji Mulan of the plans, but based on Su En's and Ji Shayan's understanding of her, she would definitely agree to hold the ceremony. Speaking of which, Suen was surprised to find out that Ji Mulan was a member of the Mu family. Although the Mu family had fallen on hard times, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse, and their centuries of family heritage were something to be envied, a lineage almost comparable to the direct line of the Su family. A family of true noble standing. Play the two of bamboos. Ji Xiaojun stood behind Lance and directed him to play the two of bamboos. Then he responded to Suen, our household registration has all been moved there, and Aliens is still with my dad, she's not moving it. When will you contact my cousin and move Mulan's registration too? Bai Lian's registration was with Ji Hing's lonely household registration. Old Mrs. Su and Mu Yining were both very envious, but neither had dared to make a move. As for Ji Mulan, everyone present knew her well, she never concealed her own self-interest. That household registration was probably something nobody would want to move, except for Ji Mulan. Is there a set time? Su An, upon hearing Ji Xian's words, was also full of wonder. Who would have thought that the Ji family from Xiangqing would turn out to be descendants of the Mu family from Zhongjing? The news was bound to cause excitement in Zhongjing. Su An was pondering this when he began to wonder about the Bai family from Beiqing and what they might think of this revelation. Ji Xiaojun was unhurried in his reply, end of the month. Originally set for the beginning of the month, because of Ji Mulan's situation, the Mu family had postponed the ceremony to give Ji Mulan time to recover. Jiang Fulai had just finished printing when Bai Lian came up from downstairs. Pu Xiaohan was excitedly discussing the little grape incident with Tang Ming. Jiang Fulai took an extra look at Pu Xiaohan. Pu Xiaohan also had a good grasp on her stance toward young Master Jiang, and she began to explain that the little grape fund incident to Jiang Fulai in a lower voice. She didn't study finance and had just been inquiring about private funds from Su and downstairs. Little grape. Jiang Fulai leaned back elegantly against the sofa, his distinct knuckles resting on the armrest, his posture relaxed and graceful as he watched Bai Lian sitting at the living room table, picking up a pen to write down answers for Zhang Xiai's. He stood upright and made his way downstairs with poise and elegance. Private funds all have thresholds. Once the Little Grape Fund was launched, some big players adopted a wait-and-see attitude while others were already looking for ways to get involved. The Yin family was no exception. On a weekend, Song Min went back to the Yin family to discuss the matter with Mr. Yin. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoqi and Mrs. Song were discussing the music exchange event. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 680, Jiang Family's Unique Ruler. The invitation from President Jian_3, Professor Jia is taking you to the music exchange event. It was no surprise to Madame Song that Professor Jia valued Bai Xiaoqi so highly, given that the Bai family and Song family had poured quite a bit of money into his support. It's on Sunday. Dean Jian and the principal of Jiangyin will also be there. Bai Xiaoqi set down her teacup. Auntie, will you be joining us? Such large-scale music exchange events were filled with people from the inner circle, so naturally, Madame Song wouldn't miss it. After their chat, Song Min also finished discussing private equity matters with President Yin. Once Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi went upstairs, President Yin turned to Madame Song, and upon hearing about the music exchange event, he couldn't help but speak up. You haven't been in touch with this Dean Jian? I heard the private equity is somewhat related to the Qin family. He should know some inside information. No, Madame Song shook her head. Forget it, Dean Jian isn't so easy to approach. Having lived in Zhongjing for so long, she was well aware of the local dynamics. Indeed, President Yin nodded. Sunday. Jiangjing's large music exchange event. There were still 2 days left until the medical summit concluded, and now there was the music exchange event. The past month in Zhongjing had been truly lively. 6:30. Source, web novel. Com, updated on new. Lao Hu's car stopped at the site of Jiangjing Music Exchange event. Bai Lian got out of the car, took her phone and the invitation Lao who had given her, and entered while talking to Sister Axian on the phone. Sister Axian was asking her if she had time, as Mei Yi was in Jiangjing during this period, and together with Wan Qiushan, they wanted to invite her to dinner. Bai Lian handed her invitation to the hostess at the entrance in a calm and unhurried manner and followed her through the gates. "I'm quite busy with classes, I might only have time in the evening." A woman happened to come out of the door, and Bai Lian stepped aside to make way. The other's gaze fell on her. Bai Lian glanced down. It was a woman in a black cheongsam with golden flowers, her facial features refined and her bearing quite graceful. When the woman saw Bai Lian's gaze, she smiled softly and nodded at her. Bai Lian slightly nodded back at the woman and then they passed by each other. After Bai Lian entered, outside, Gao Shu hadn't left yet. Her gaze followed Bai Lian's retreating figure. Bai Lian's face was so recognizable that even from just a photo, Gao Shu could identify her. Compared to a photograph, the real person was naturally more animated. The grace in her every gesture, which was rare even among those who had studied opera professionally. Gao Shu stood at the entrance, contemplating. The opportunity Gao Yan mentioned to share the stage together was not impossible. It wasn't until Lu Jiao and his secretary arrived that they interrupted her thoughts. Secretary Shua inquired, "Vice President, what did Dean Jian say?" "He said he's too old to take on such a big responsibility." Speaking of serious matters, Gao Shu also shook her head and withdrew her gaze, sighing, "I couldn't persuade him." Blossoms on the Tree was a new play launched by the old dean of the Drama Institute, and the main theme music had not been settled yet. This matter was very important for Gao Shu. With a promotion on the horizon, the issue wasn't a huge one, but it wasn't minor either. Another vice president was eyeing the position, waiting to see who could handle it better. "The teacher hasn't composed any music in recent years." Lu Jiao stood aside, speaking in defense of the teacher. "Truly, he has no more energy for it." "I was just asking." Gao Shu turned her head and asked Xuana, "What did Master Shuo say?" She was referring to Shuo Qingyu, the master of classical music composition. Many dramas, and even those ancient-style epic TV series produced by the national station, were composed by him. "Master Shuo has some time lately." Secretary Shua opened her notebook. "I've booked a table at the Qingxin building for 8 o'clock tonight. Will you go straight there?" "Let's go." Gao Shu nodded. Dean Jian's lounge. Bai Lian knocked and entered. Dean Jian was in the middle of a conversation when he saw Bai Lian. He stood up with a smile and introduced her. "This is the president of our Jiangyin, President Yun." "President Yun," Bai Lian greeted the other party. President Yun looked at Bai Lian and naturally recognized her as the spirited girl with the zither under Pu Xiaohan's lens. However, thinking that she belonged to Jiang University and was out of reach, he felt quite despondent. "Ms. Bai, the doors of Jiangyin will always be open for you." "Dean Jian, please rest." Knowing that Bai Lian and Dean Jian had matters to discuss, Yun Chang didn't linger and opened the door of the lounge to leave. Downstairs, Bai Xiaoqi was together with Mrs. Song, accompanied by that girl who often studied with Bai Xiaoqi on the 5th floor, while Professor Jia was networking with some people in the front. As Yun Chang descended, Professor Jia quickly put down his cup and walked over. "President, you've come down." President Yun put away his despondent expression and maintained a calm and steady demeanor. "Is Dean Jian in good health? When will he come out?" After asking a few questions, Professor Jia remembered the students behind him and introduced them. "All of these are my students." Bai Xiaoqi and Yuning hurriedly greeted Yun Chang, "President." Yun Chang nodded to them and, raising his eyes, already spotted several leaders from the music exchange meeting. He walked over to network with them. After Yun Chang left, Mrs. Song lowered her voice slightly. "Was that the president of Jiangyin just now? He must be quite familiar with Dean Jian, right?" "Right." Bai Xiaoqi also withdrew her gaze. Although Jiangyin didn't have the influence of Jiang University, It wasn't an institution ordinary schools could compare with. Holding the position of president of Jiangyin meant having significant political influence. The Song family was able to sway Professor Jia with money because Bai Shaoqi was introduced by the president of Beijing Music School. They were all acquaintances. They could offer resources and gifts to Professor Jia who would accept them, but if it were the president of Jiangyin, without a familiar intermediary, who would dare to accept mysterious gifts from a stranger? Upstairs. Let Yan Lu go receive the award. Bai Lian inquired Dean Jian about the Hua Chu Award. Dean Jian casually mentioned, I have to talk to a few sponsors for a while. Let old who take you down for a bite. It doesn't start until 7, there are many booths downstairs. Okay. The two of them left the lounge together. Old who followed behind Bai Lian. At the staircase entrance, Dean Jian suddenly remembered something. By the way, there's a play needing composition, an ancient-style battlefield type, and the theme music hasn't been decided yet. I think it's very suitable for you. Are you interested? Bai Lian hadn't written music for quite a while. Not to mention Yan Lu's fans are eagerly waiting. Dean Jian himself was persistently urging, but Bai Lian remained immovable as a mountain. Nowadays, few young people seem to be studying drama, and Dean Jian thought that if Bai Lian composed, he was willing to do the arrangement for her. Given Bai Jian's appeal among young people and the impact of every single one of Bai Lian's songs, Dean Jian thought, why should the name Bai Jian only circulate in the entertainment circle? He always felt that there was still an unreleased energy in Bai Lian's heart. Look at her, writing about gambling and reminiscing about the old days with such lightness, yet every song she writes becomes a hit. If she really exerted that energy, might there appear a piece as enduring as Bai Yi Xing, White Robe? A rare surge of enthusiasm welled up in Dean Jian's heart, and he stopped, hands clasped behind him, looking at Bai Lian. What do you think? Do you want to get serious and have a go? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 681, 271. Following her was the special assistant to President Jian, Gao family _1 ancient-style battlefield. The dean spoke with earnest, prompting Bai Lian to seek clarification. A play. Aside from the composition, Gambling with Liquor, she created for Yan Lu, she had written many pieces with varied styles. The National Theatre's original play, Blossoms on the Tree, the dean explained, outlining the context, it's a work launched by the former head before retiring, and its theme song remains undecided. Bai Lian had also heard of the National Theatre. Yan Lu was currently preparing for examinations at the National Theatre. This was true art, an original work launched by the previous head. Dean Jian, Bai Lian withdrew her gaze, you must be joking. If it was about opera, she had seen plenty during palace banquets, but she had never watched a play and didn't understand the form or style. The essence of what we're interested in is the drama's core. Dean Jian discerned Bai Lian's reluctance. Drama is just another form of performance. Once you've seen the script, you'll understand why I recommended you. Lifting her eyes, Bai Lian noticed that the organizers were already waiting nearby. She made her way downstairs. You should attend to your important tasks. She descended the stairs while Dean Jian stood at the top. Bai Lian was probably one of the few challenging people he had met in his life. Source, web novel. Com updated on New Zero. The concert hall was vast. Bai Lian paused at the Kong Ho exhibition stand to listen for a while before moving on to the next one. Lao Hu followed closely behind her, only approaching to converse in a low voice when Bai Lian needed an explanation. His demeanor was very respectful. Now serving as Dean Jian's sole assistant, he was recognized by those well acquainted with the dean. Mr. Hu, a middle-aged man approached from not too far away, shaking hands with Lao Hu before turning his attention to Bai Lian, and it was neither Leng Shuhan nor anyone he recognized. This is Miss Bai, Lao Hu answered, then gently introduced her to the approaching figure. This is Director Li, a member of Dean Jian's previous team. Nice to meet you. Bai Lian was polite. With Lao Hu's attitude, even Director Li didn't presume too much. Looking at the stand and listening for a while, he said, surprised, so you're Miss Bai. You originally studied the pipe. He had just wanted to make conversation, and finding Bai Lian knowledgeable about pipe music, they talked a bit more. After meeting several people who knew Director Li, Bai Lian finally excused herself to check out another exhibition. When Professor Jia arrived with 2 students, Director Li was getting ready to head backstage. This is Yaning, I've mentioned her to you before. Professor Jia introduced his protégé to Director Li, and as for Bai Xiaoqi, because she was studying as an amateur, he didn't elaborate more. This is Bai Xiaoqi, my student from this summer's intake. Both Yaning and Bai Xiaoqi greeted Director Li respectfully. Before coming, Professor Jia had already informed them that Director Li had been a part of Dean Jian's team, a cultural bureau's core member, and also served as a professor at Jiangyin specializing in pipe. Director Li's demeanor was quite official. In such a setting, Madame Song stood beside Bai Xiaoqi without getting involved in the conversation. It was evident that Professor Jia was keenly paving the way for Yaning, introducing her to many industry moguls throughout the evening. As both were about to leave, Director Li caught sight of a group through the crowd. He moved forward, smiling and greeting the arrivals, Principal, Miss Bai. Yun Chang, who had run into Bai Lian, was in the midst of discussing Jiang University's matters, asking about her studies, when Director Li called. Both stopped, boldly. I was just about to take Miss Bai to see that new instrument that arrived. The tone was one of familiarity. Speaking, Yun Chang explained to Bai Lian, previously, the museum housed a precious instrument for a long time, which was sold last year. Many regretted not purchasing it earlier. This year there's a new instrument, not as fine as last year's but better than none. Bai Lian wasn't dressed in a gown like the others. She wore a twisted knit cardigan with a mandarin collar and batwing sleeves, paired with a water blue swirling skirt, exuding a restrained and calm temperament. The jade hairpin at the back of her head shone delicately and moisturized under the lights, radiating a gentle beauty, smooth as cream. She wore no other jewelry. Even in an assembly of famed individuals, she didn't seem out of place next to Yun Chang, composed and at ease. Lao Hu followed her at a distance of 2 steps behind, smiling without joining the conversation. So you're going to see the instrument, Director Li laughed, then you should go ahead. I need to prepare for the opening. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 682, 271. Following her was the special assistant to President Jian, Gao family _2. It was only after the group had left that Professor Jia acknowledged Yun Chang with a greeting, while Bai Xiaoqi and Madame Song did not exchange a single word with Bai Lian, though Madame Song's gaze lingered on Bai Lian's departing figure. This was the first time both of them had encountered Bai Lian at such an event. With one hand clasped behind her back, Bai Lian conversed with Yun Chang with such an air of casual elegance that she seemed as if she had stepped out of a painting, the epitome of a noble scion, humble yet holding her own, more natural than anyone else they had seen. Compared to these two, Yaning recalled that this was the young lady she had met in the elevator before. Teacher, Yaning said, looking at Bai Lian's retreating figure, the beautiful woman next to the principal is, lack of manners. Professor Jia reprimanded with a smile any term that addressed beauty inadequately. I don't know who she is, but you all need to be polite when you see her. Director Li didn't introduce her to him, but since she could hold a conversation with Yun Chang, Professor Jia knew this young lady wasn't ordinary. Be polite. Bai Xiaoqi unconsciously blurted out. Madame Song also withdrew her gaze and looked towards Professor Jia. Yes, didn't you see Director Li calling her Miss Bai, and accompanying her to see the instruments was none other than the principal of Jiangyin, Professor Jia said without doubting Bai Shaoqi's question, instructing her with the most important point. And, did you notice the person who was following her on her left? Yaning and Bai Shaoqi turned their heads back again, but Bai Lian and Yun Chang had already walked far away. Nevertheless, they could still see old Hu, dressed in unremarkable gray clothes, respectfully following behind Bai Lian. Source: Web novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New 0. Professor Jia said gravely, that is Dean Jian's first assistant. Even Dean Jian's 3 senior disciples call him uncle, and his status in Dean Jian's heart is by no means lower than that of his disciples. Yaning suddenly understood, no wonder, when I saw her last time at Jiangyin going to the recording studio. Teacher, you don't know her either. There are many people whom I, your teacher, don't know, Professor Jia chuckled, you all need to be smart about it. His gaze fell on Bai Shaoqi and Madame Song, who both seemed a bit out of sorts. Mu family, Tingyu Pavilion. Dong Xiaobai seldom returned home, and the precious octagonal table was only occasionally punctuated by the faint sound of a soup spoon tapping against a bowl or dish. The woman seated at the head of the table was dressed in an exquisitely tailored outfit, the epitome of elegance and luxury. She ate only a couple of bites before setting down her chopsticks, her voice neither cold nor warm, uncle. Mu Yining had gotten used to her demeanor, the ritual banquet is at the end of the month. Mu Yujun looked well preserved, nearing 50 years old, she appeared just over 30. Taking a silk handkerchief from the butler behind her, she gently wiped her mouth. Jichen's aunt has returned. I might not have time then, I'll ask again about Gao Yi and Jichen. Put simply, aside from the elderly patriarch, there was no one in the Mu family worth her making a special trip for. It depends on your schedule. Mu Yining scooped up a spoonful of crab roe soup, his back straight, your matters take precedence. Since the Gao family had an esteemed daughter, their status had risen like the tide, becoming an unchallenged force in Jiangjing, where no one dared offend. As for the nearly diminished Mu family, the Gao family naturally didn't consider them important. Mu Xiangwang was not involved in the affairs, and Mu Yining also had his own pride. The Mu family was not the kind to curry favor and draw close to power. Even though Mu Yujun had married into the Gao family, the Mu family never boasted about their relationship with the Gao family. Consequently, Mu Yujun's life in the Gao family was quite pleasant. After bearing Gao Jichen, her status further escalated. The butler did once lament over Gao Jichen, wishing he was a member of the Mu family. But clearly, he did not have the audacity to compete with the Gao family for people. Aristocratic families often intermarry, supporting each other to preserve their legacies over time. But as the Mu family waned and the Gao family, over the years, Gao Jichen had only returned to the Mu family once when he was 1 year old in the arms of Mu Yujun. After that, the Gao family did not allow him to visit, marking a clear separation between the Gao and Mu families. The Mu family was no longer of any consequence to them. Ren Wanxian sat next to Dong Xiaobai, spoon in hand. Throughout this meal, she had scarcely dared to lift her chopsticks. Ren Qian had arranged for so many etiquette teachers for her in her earlier years. She used to disdain the lack of grace in Shenqing, Jiheng, and their group, but now sitting here, she too felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny of others. At this table, besides the scholarly-born Dong Xiaobai, the other two were rather daunting figures. After dinner, Mu Yujun intended to visit Mu Xiangwang. As she stepped out the door, holding her handkerchief, she slowly turned. Tonight's crab soup was not very palatable. In a few days, I'll have someone send over some fresh Hongmao crabs. They are freshly caught and air-shipped. Jichen's aunt just got quite a few fresh ones from the Jiang family. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 683, 271. Following her was the special assistant to President Jian, Gao family _3. Mu Yining was momentarily startled, then remembered who Gao Zhichen's young aunt was, and the relationship between the Gao family and the Jiang family, all supported by that one aunt. All right. Just caught from the coastline, there were few families so wealthy and bold as to use their own planes to transport these goods. Mu Yining accompanied Mu Yujun to visit the old master. After they left, Ren Wanxian finally exhaled a long breath of relief. Dong Xiaobai stood by her side, watching her reaction with amusement. That's your aunt too. That's just the way she is. The Gao family has many rules, but she doesn't come back often, so you needn't be too nervous. Her son, Gao Zhichen, now that's a formidable character. Dr. Gao. Ren Wanxian blurted out in shock. Wasn't this Dr. Gao the same man, whom even with a lot of money, Ren Qian found difficult to meet once in Shangqing? Such a family, she and Ren Qian wouldn't have dared to imagine back in Shangqing. Are they really relatives of the Mu family? Oh, seems like you've also heard of his name. Dong Xiaobai was not surprised. Shanghai apartment. When Bai Lian returned, Jiang Fulai was still in room 103. Having been invited by Ji Hing to play chess with Lance. Lance had picked up the game of Go quickly, and by the time he left last year, he could play Ji Hing to a draw, winning most of the time. Source, web novel. Updated on Omicron New, C0. In these past few days, ever since Lance arrived in Jiangjing, Ji Hing hadn't won a single game. Ji Hing had specially called over Jiang Fulai, who was free that evening, to play against Lance. This game isn't fun at all. Having lost yet another game, Lance, with his not-so-fluent Chinese and his hands pressing on the board, was ready to stand up. Jiang Fulai was seated opposite him, loosely holding a white jade chess piece between his right index and middle fingers. He calmly looked up, his noble phoenix eyes resting on Lance, an attitude of an idle man of wealth. The esteemed chief physician of MTR, with just a casual glance from him, stifled any curse that was on the verge of being spoken. Lance, wanting to curse but not daring to, silently sat back down and finished the game with extreme frustration. Then, they began a new battle. Ji Hing stood behind Jiang Fulai, holding his pipe, lazily blowing a ring of smoke. Bai Lian entered with her fingerprint. Room 103 had only recorded her and Ji Hing's fingerprints. As soon as Lance saw her, he quickly jumped up. Bai. Come here. Bai Lian walked over, glanced at the situation, and realized that Lance was almost being massacred. She casually picked up a black piece and placed it on the board. Opposite her, Jiang Fulai, he silently smiled. All right. How was he supposed to make a move now? Only then did Ji Hing put away his smoking pipe, drawling, let's call it a day. Lance was relentless, insisting on having Bai Lian play in his place against Jiang Fulai. Ji Hing threatened him, I'll have alien play go with you all day tomorrow. Bai Lian would be even more terrifying than Jiang Fulai. Lance silently returned to the dining table, letting Ji Hing brew tea for him to calm his nerves. It's not that he didn't want to brew it himself, but Ji Hing didn't want to let him fuss over it. Bai Lian followed Jiang Fulai up the stairs. In the echoing stairwell, Jiang Fulai told her about the incident tonight when Tang Ming almost drove him mad. After he finished speaking, Bai Lian spoke unhurriedly, Teacher Jiang, I think I saw your aunt tonight. There were many individuals who stopped to admire Bai Lian upon seeing her. But Gao Shu's gaze was special, one of appreciation mixed with surprise and a caring gentleness. And that Chong Sam, it was made by the same person who made the daily clothes for Gao Yen. Almost at first glance, Bai Lian recognized it. Gao Shu had just finished talking with Shuo Qingyu. Her car was on the way back. They happened upon Mu Yujun's car, and naturally, Mu Yujun recognized Gao Shu's car. She got out of her car to greet Gao Shu. Gao Shu sat in the back and did not get out of the car. She rolled down the window, and leaning lazily against the back seat, nodded to Mu Yujun. Did you like the crabs I sent you? They were very fresh. Jichen liked them too. Facing Gao Shu, Mu Yujun naturally couldn't maintain the demeanor of a haughty lady. That's good. Gao Shu chatted idly with her for a few moments, then raised her window and signaled the driver to continue driving. Jiang Fulai's call came through, and Gao Shu's spirits lifted. She sat up straight and answered the phone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 684, 272 Mysterious Shanghai Residential Complex, A Table for One, Second Update, _1 Young Master Jiang, Gao Shu said, somewhat surprised, as Jiang Fulai seldom called her. They had WeChat, but rarely chatted. Most matters were conveyed to her by Jiang Shijue. Why are you calling me? It was indeed out of the ordinary. Jiang Fulai returned to his room after staying a long while in room 103. His clothes had picked up a faint smell of tobacco, and he was preparing to take a bath, holding his loungewear. His voice was casual. Did you go to the concert today? He had never before taken such interest in her whereabouts. Gao Shu's fingers rested on her knees, and after a brief thought, she said in surprise, You, don't tell me, she recognized me. Without speaking a word or giving Bai Lian overly attentive looks, she had been concerned about revealing anything to Bai Lian. Yes, I mentioned you to her, Jiang Fulai said, turning with his clothing in hand. What did she say? Gao Shu quickly thought, knowing the gift she selected for Bai Lian had to be considerable. She had gone out of her way overseas to find a collector to select an imperial green hairpin for Bai Lian. Jiang Fulai dashed Gao Shu's hopes of giving Bai Lian another hairpin, and at the moment, Gao Shu had not yet found another appropriate gift for Bai Lian. Luckily, there was an auction later in the week, and Gao Shu had already had Secretary Shui schedule it in. Gao Shu stated formally, if not, then don't wait any longer. Take me to meet her. Jiang Fulai reached for the bathroom door, stopping in front of the mirror. It depends on her schedule. Source, web novel. Com updated on Omicron, I know, Gao Shu smiled, knowing about Bai Lian's existence through news from Gao Yan. She did not dare to inquire about the people around Jiang Fulai, just let me know in advance when she is available. She hung up the phone. Jiang Fulai casually placed the phone on the washstand and began to unbutton his shirt. The Gao family. Mu Yujun waited for Gao Yi and Gao Jichen to return, standing at the door to take the overcoat off Gao Yi. He spoke to Gao Jichen at his side. Have you had any contact with Professor Ma at the Tongfeng class or at the Ma Institute? As you know, Professor Ma always leaves right after his classes, Gao Jichen said indifferently. They discussed some research matters. Once they were done talking, Mu Yujun brought up the encounter with Gao Shu she had on the road. Gao Yi narrowed his eyes, turning to Gao Jichen, your young aunt is back. Try to arrange to meet her in the next couple of days. Her word carries more weight than that of our entire family. It couldn't be helped, after all, Gao Yi was Jiang Fulai's uncle. But Jiang Fulai had long blocked his phone number. At one time, Gao Yi dared to leverage his status as the uncle, but now, even seeing Jiang Fulai was not easy, let alone anything else. Apart from those in Jiang Fulai's laboratory, even ordinary people found it difficult to meet the young Master Jiang. Since marrying into the Gao family, Mu Yujun had only visited the Jiang family estate once. Later, as Mu Yujun went to the kitchen to arrange a late-night snack for father and son, the old butler mentioned something about the Mu family. The Mu family's uncle. Gao Yi had never heard of such a person. He picked up his teacup, skimming off the froth, and lowering his eyes he said indifferently, they invited our Gao family. You jest, the butler chuckled, they only invited the lady. Gao Yi heard the remark and let it be, not taking it to heart. He hardly ever visited the Mu family. He might have gone if the old master Mu had come out of retirement. Currently, the Mu family was managed by a woman, and most families in Jiangjing did not take it seriously. Of course, Mu Yujun also never mentioned this matter to the Gao family. The following day, early in the morning, Ning Xiao finished packing his bag and looked at the main hall, whispering to the memorial tablet, "Grandma, I'm going to school now." He lit a stick of incense. It was a very quiet scene. Until Tang Ming's voice came from the front door, "Brainiac, hurry up, the elevator's here." Tang Ming spent his weekends in Ning Xiao's guest room. Ning Xiao lived alone, and the group would come over every week, either freeloading food and drinks at room 103 or at Ming Dongheng's place. In the elevator, Zhang Xiais yawned, greeting Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, "Good morning." Their breakfast usually came from Kongyu Tower, prepared by Ming Dongheng in room 301. Today's crab roe buns taste even better than the last time. Tang Ming picked up a bun with his chopsticks. The sleepy Zhang Shi's eyes lit up. "Your Highness." Pu Xiaohan's eyelids twitched, signaling Tang Ming. Tang Ming stuffed a bun into Zhang Shi's mouth, dismissing him. Your Highness, just eat and be quick about it." Pu Xiaohan, holding his chopsticks, glanced over. Zhang Xi's had a very handsome but foolish face, acting silly every day. It hadn't been long since they came out, and he was already showing his true colors. Why couldn't he be more like Qi Lu, who was always steady? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 685, 272 Mysterious Shanghai Residential Complex, A Table for One, Second Update, _2 Thinking of Qi Lu's chef's hat, Pu Xiaohan paused slightly. If only others could take a leaf out of Jiang's brother's book and exhibit a little elegance and charm. Outside the door, Bai Lian and Zhang Fulai came in. Pu Xiaohan was struck with awe. Yes, there was an air of grandeur. Bai Lian had a fondness for the breakfast at Kongyu Tower, which itself boasted a century-old heritage and had produced several imperial chefs. Their breakfasts were delivered from there every weekend. From Monday to Friday, Ming Dongheng also wanted to deliver breakfast to Bai Lian. The chefs at Kongyu Tower, of course, wanted to please Miss Bai even more. But she had refused them, preferring the cafeteria while at school. After all, she still held the canteen card from Master Jiang. Since then, Ming Dongheng had lost a morning task each day, which left him quite desolate. There was also a food container beside them, filled with freshly prepared crab roe buns. Ji Heng and Lance had not yet woken up so early, so Ming Dongheng had saved them for the two of them. "The buns are very fresh today," Bai Lian said as she held the chopsticks, having eaten 2 more crab roe buns than usual today and not touched the other snacks as much. Ming Dongheng picked up his small phone, made a note, and instructed Jiang Shijue to dispatch 2 more teams to procure crabs. It was indeed the right season for enjoying crabs. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. These fresh items might not yet have appeared at the Jiang family home, but here at Bai Lian's place, they were already on the table. Days flew by. Lance's medical summit came to an end on Tuesday. During this period, instead of staying at the state guest house, he lived with Ji Heng. There were many waiting for him there. After attending the last summit, even the assistant who drove Lance to Shanghai apartment found it surprising. One would think, given Lance's status, many in Jiangjing would want to meet him. Wherever he was, there were always many people lying in wait, many of whom were business tycoons with hired personnel on the lookout. Oddly enough, there were none at Shanghai apartment. This complex maintained a state of tranquility. The assistant escorted Lance to Building 5 and saw Lance confidently get out of the car without seeking any protection. "Professor, please be wary of the crowd," he cautioned. Lance waved it off, unconcerned. "No problem, don't worry about me." The assistant, watching his back, trembled with apprehension. Thankfully, no one came forward. As he drove out of the complex, he noticed 2 security guards at the gate, both tall and burly. Even those sweeping the streets in the complex flexed noticeable muscles when raising their arms. The assistant glanced carefully. Clearly, this place was filled with capable individuals. Then he called someone from MTR, expressing his admiration. "This complex is really incredible. It's quieter here, Professor Lance will have better rest." Whenever Lance was free, he would join Ji-hing, taking their chessboard to the nearby park to challenge the students of Jiang University. The Jiang University Forum even had a post about 2 mischievous old legends playing Go in the college town park, unbeatable by any gifted student. Many talented students were eager to test themselves, making the morning hours bustling with activity. In the afternoons, the pair would go fishing. They were also invited to attend a small-scale concert by director Jian. On Friday morning, Ji-hing took Lance to visit the Su family to see Su Siki. The 2 old men seemed busier every day than Bai Lian. Afternoon. 1:03. As the end of the month neared, the building butler came to see Ji-hing with 2 boxes of gifts and to discuss the end-of-month ceremony. He also delivered a crab sent by Mu Yujun to Ji-hing's home. Very fresh, it was just 2 in total. The Mu family kept 1, and the other was for Ji-hing. Half the size of a pot. Ji-hing handed the building butler the 2 large boxes of unsteamed fresh buns to take to Mu Yining, crab roe buns. "Lance and I can't eat too much, so take these back for Yining to try. They're pretty good." The butler nodded, accepting the boxes without much question. What delicacy didn't the Mu family have? He then discussed with Ji-hing the matter of the Mu family ceremony at the end of the month. Bai Lian finished her week without literature reports and returned early. She pressed her fingerprint on room 103 and greeted Ji-hing first. "Grandpa, I'm back." Tang Ming followed behind her, calling out, "Grandpa, I'm back too." Ji-hing smiled, his eyes crinkling with joy as he went to the kitchen to bring them fruit to take up to their rooms while they did their homework. The building butler promptly stood up from the sofa to greet Bai Lian. "Miss Bai, will you be coming next Saturday?" To accommodate the student schedules, Mu Yining had also moved the date to the weekend. Holding her laptop and dressed in a white coat with tendrils of hair falling over her forehead, her eyes and brows relaxed, Bai Lian glanced at the butler. "Next Saturday?" Concentrated on her studies, Bai Lian hadn't been told by Ji-hing about Ji Shane's upcoming event. He handed her the fruit and explained leisurely, "It's about your uncle." He didn't bring up Ji Mulan, mentioning her might indeed make Bai Lian too disinterested to continue listening. After thinking for a moment, Bai Lian agreed, "Then I'll go." The butler internally rejoiced at her decision. If Miss Bai attended, the old master would certainly make an appearance. He hid his excitement and added, "Your classmates are also very welcome." Tang Ming thanked the butler. Without lingering, Bai Lian simply told Ji-hing before leaving, "Grandpa, I'll be going out to eat later." Ji-hing acknowledged with an "oh," and asked Tang Ming, "Xiao Tang, will you all go out to eat too?" "Grandpa, she's going to eat with Brother Jiang," Tang Ming whispered, raising his hand to speak with Ji-hing. "Ji-hing," he lifted his smoking pipe just as Jiang Fulai was mentioned, "Is Xiao Jiang coming on Saturday?" Bai Lian, unbothered, replied that Jiang Fulai was having dinner with his aunt later. "I'll ask him later." "He wouldn't miss it," Tang Ming muttered under his breath. As the young people ascended the stairs, Ji-hing closed the door, stuffed his pipe with tobacco, and lit it up. To prevent a repeat of the last incident, he methodically said to the butler, "Xiao Jiang will probably go too." Suan is sitting with your business partners, just prepare a separate table for us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 686, Meet at 273, Out of the Mountain _1 Just one table by itself. The butler looked at Ji Heng, hesitating a bit. After all, Ji Heng was an elder, and it didn't seem right for him to sit with a bunch of kids. It's fine, Ji Heng had never been particular about these things. If not for Bai Lian and the others, he wouldn't have come back to Zhongjing. Seeing the butler's hesitation, he lowered his head and took a drag of his cigarette. You arrange it like that. I'll go back and discuss it with the young lady. Outside the courtyard gate, Lance and Jiang He were still squatting under the sun umbrella, looking at the newly sown seeds. The wind outside was actually a bit chilly. He told Jiang He to come in and put on a jacket. And Miss Mulan, the butler, remembered this matter, made an appointment for next Wednesday to transfer her household registration. The ordeal of Ji Mulan's household registration went through several twists and turns. After countless obstacles, the Ji family's children ultimately returned to the Mu family, and now only Bai Lian remained on Ji Heng's household registration book. Smoke wafted through the air. Ji Heng lowered his eyelids. The butler, having conveyed his message, did not stay to disturb Ji Heng any further. After speaking with Ji Heng, he left with the crab roe buns that Ji Heng had given him. Source: web novel. Com. Updated on Omicron. New Omicron. Lance came in with Jiang He, and seeing the crab lying in the box in the hallway, he was startled, then said, "There are still some left? I don't feel like eating today." At 6 o'clock in the evening, Kangyu Tower. Gao Shu was somewhat nervous. She had come an hour early and was on the phone with Gao Yan, inquiring about Bai Lian's personality. "You're asking about Lian? Don't be nervous." On the other end of the phone, Gao Yan set down the fan in her hand, walked out to the porch to look at the koi under the bridge. "She's very well behaved and polite." Gao Yan leaned on the bridge railing, her figure illuminated by the light in front, uttering a string of praises for Bai Lian. These things had already been discussed between her and Gao Shu over WeChat. It was the same old story. Gao Shu briefly met Bai Lian once before and could tell just from her appearance that Bai Lian was a person of cultivation and grace, no doubt nurtured in culture and the arts from a young age. Speaking of which, Gao Shu, like Gao Yan, found it strange. Where had Bai Lian encountered such traditional cultural influence? "I know, but I'm still a bit nervous," Gao Shu responded with a wry smile. She had reached the position of deputy director in her 30s, and now a promotion was imminent. She had never been this nervous, not even when she alone had managed to protect her unconscious nephew. Sigh, it hasn't been easy getting to today, and I still don't know if that girl can put up with his temper. Jiang Fulai and his sister and brother-in-law bore no resemblance to each other. Since his parents passed away at the age of 8, he turned into a completely different person, aloof. He was indifferent toward everyone, sparing little words or laughter, even scolding Jiang Shijue for no reason. "You don't have to worry about that," Gao Yan said, raising her eyebrows when Gao Shu mentioned this subject. Gao Shu hung up the phone, somewhat surprised. She had just asked Gao Yan about Bai Lian's preferences and had Secretary Shua call over Kangyu Tower's manager to discuss the dishes, pastries, and teas to be served later. The manager bowed respectfully as he entered, replying to Gao Shu, "Jiang Shao has already arranged these." He did it himself. Gao Shu stood up, surprised. "Yes." Gao Shu was quite astonished. Considering Jiang Fulai's expression, which always seemed to say, "Who are you?" he was nonchalant even about his own meals. Jiang He was so picky, and only Ming Dongheng and Jiang Shijue would look after him. It seemed somewhat fantastical. After the manager left, Gao Shu took her seat by the window again, and Secretary Shui poured her a cup of tea. Now you can relax too. Gao Shu took the teacup and nodded his head. There was still time. Secretary Shui stood beside her, bringing up a formal issue. Yesterday Shaoli saw Mr. Shuo having dinner with Deputy Director Zhou. Deputy Director Zhou, why is he so persistent in his grudge against you? Shuo Qingyu had dinner with Gao Shu last week, where they discussed the issue of composing. This week, Zhou Yinghui reached out to Shuo Qingyu. Gao Shu had a certain influence in both the Jiang family and the scientific research circle. However, in the drama theater, Gao Shu had fought her way to where she was today all on her own. Her son, though learning piano behind Master Jian, knew Master Jian treated all three of his disciples equally. If only Master Jian were still composing now, Gao Shu said softly, skimming off the surface foam, I wouldn't have to contend with Zhou Yinghui anymore. Master Jian was Gao Shu's first choice. Secretary Shui was momentarily at a loss for words, aware of the difficulties Gao Shu had faced along her journey, but aside from Lu Zhou, no one in the Gao family stood side by side with her. Lu Zhou was still an apprentice and hadn't inherited Gao Shu's artistic talent. What he could do was indeed minimal. At 6:50, Bai Lian and Zhang Fulai arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 687, Meet at 273, Out of the Mountain _2 Gao Shu hurriedly set down her teacup, dusted off her sleeves, and stood up to look toward the door. The door was pushed open by a pair of hands with distinct knuckles, and a houndstooth scarf was neatly draped over the arm. This was Zhang Fulai. Gao Shu's gaze fell behind him, where a girl in a red embroidered vest stood, wearing an apricot-colored dress underneath, her eyes cast down. Last week when she saw Bai Lian, she had been dressed in plain clothes, graceful and restrained. Today's red coat was bright and captivating. It made Gao Shu pause slightly once again. Auntie, Zhang Fulai said, as he closed the door of the private room, greeting Gao Shu politely. Even this address of Auntie carried an extreme blandness. Bai Lian also greeted Gao Shu with ease and without constraint. Secretary Shui quietly moved aside, watching the young woman inconspicuously, and was quite surprised internally. The Gao family was known for its beauties. Gao Si had married Zhang Xing, which became a celebrated match in Zhongjing, followed by Gao Yan's marriage to Su Juling. In Zhongjing now, there were also the young ladies of the Ming family whom Secretary Shui had seen, and indeed they were beautiful. But having seen Miss Bai today, Secretary Shui felt that even Ming Zhongya would have to step back. Merely the temperament Miss Bai possessed was something the Ming family could not match. Source, web novel. Com, updated on N0 New. Others, even if it was Elder Chen seated beside Zhang Fulai, would be overshadowed by it. Yet, Miss Bai remained calm and collected, with an effortless poise. Zhang Fulai picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for both himself and Bai Lian. Outside, the manager had started to serve dishes. Is the academic pressure at Jiang University very high? Last time I saw in the news that the probe successfully landed on Mars, Gao Shu said to Bai Lian beside her. She had heard from Gao Yan that Bai Lian was academically inclined and might end up spending her future in the lab with Zhang Fulai. Gao Shu studied art, but during the past 2 years, because of the Gao family and Zhang Fulai, she had come to understand a bit as well. Just last night, she asked the Gao family for some scientific research materials to review, but to the ears of the experts, there were always discrepancies. Bai Lian subtly steered the conversation away. The conversation began with scientific research and eventually shifted to art. Once the topic of art arose, Gao Shu inevitably spoke at length, mentioning how her art teacher had great expectations for Zhang He. Bai Lian nodded. Zhang He's paintings have a strong sense of illusion. The two chatted intermittently. Jiang Fulai seldom spoke, only occasionally serving Bai Lian some vegetables. Chapter 688, Meet at 273, Out of the Mountain _3. Furthermore, I will definitely recommend your composition to Dean Jian. Zhou Yinghui smiled, and let him personally arrange it for you. As a Guzheng heir, Dean Jian's reputation in Jiangyin was well established, to say the least. In the recent 6 months, as Yan Lu's master arranger, he had far surpassed others in the art world. Shuo Qingyu himself was not inept at arranging music, but not to mention that Dean Jian's skill level was above his, having the words, Dean Jian, on his work would also add a different value to it. He returned home with the business card, beginning to ponder over this matter. He had always been aware of the old theater's Dean canvassing for a theme song, and had even had someone get a copy of the script, Blossoms on the Tree. The Jiu family had been involved in theater for generations, with his grandmother being a Peking opera heir, holding significant weight in the art industry. Gao Shu may not have had such a profound heritage, but she was a member of the Gao family. Shuo Qingyu had hesitated between the two, certain that he had to compose this piece and confident of triumph. It was just a matter of which side to choose, knowing that it would inevitably offend one of them. At his age, no one did not want to climb higher. He was no different, with a strong sense of utilitarianism. Not only had Zhou Yinghui discovered his son's issues but also made a promise about Dean Jian. Each action was a display of his power. Shuo Qingyu laid the business card on the table, a decision already forming in his mind. Source: Web novel. Com updated on Omicron New. 0 Shanghai apartment. When Bai Lian returned, Zhang Xiais, Tang Ming, and Ning Xiao were doing their homework in room 303. Pu Xiaohan and Jiang He sat on the carpet playing with jigsaw puzzles. In her hand was a fresh rose, with dewdrops still clinging to the crimson petals. It's next Saturday. Bai Lian entered the study, where the desk was decorated with trinkets, and beside the black computer, there was a new celadone vase. Ming Dongheng had brought it back several days before. In the vase, a few roses were carelessly inserted at different times. Some were in full bloom, others were wilting. Bai Lian slowly added the rose in her hand to the celadone vase. Jiang Fulai lounged by the desk, looking down at the roses in the vase and said casually, "At the Mu family's place." "Right." Bai Lian sat in front of the computer, powered it on, pulled up Ma Institute's email from her inbox, printed it out, then opened Saoki's email detailing the latest developments with Wen Jixia. She scanned through it, opened WeChat, and began messaging Suen. The Wen family was an established family of Jiangjing involved in the electronics industry. Scrolling down, she saw a message from Dean Jian, just one file, Blossoms on the Tree. Bai Lian, with her good memory, recalled that this was the play Dean Jian had mentioned to her before. She clicked to receive the file and connected to the printer, printing it out as well. Jiang Fulai grabbed the printed theses she had produced, neatened the pages with a stapler, and secured them together. "I'm free on Saturday." After the thesis was printed, Blossoms on the Tree followed shortly. Jiang Fulai again took action, binding the entire drama script together. He had no interest in drama, merely glancing over it. Bai Lian didn't start by reading the printed playbill. She first went through the documents Ma Institute had sent, translating them swiftly. By the time she finished, it was nearly midnight. She sent the translated documents to Ning Xiao's email. As she stood up from the desk, she saw Blossoms on the Tree beside her. She looked down at the cover for a moment, then sat back down and began to read under the study's light. The script of 40-some pages wasn't long. Bai Lian read quickly, skimming 10 lines at a time. Blossoms on the Tree was derived from military strategy. The script told a similar story, using strategy to make a small force seem large, cleverly employing a battle devised by Qin Yi to create a dramatic tale. Chen Yi was a disciple of Bai Zhongyu, who was adept at using this tactic. It took her no more than 5 minutes to finish reading the script. Her fingers resting on the keyboard, she replied to Dean Jian, "The story is good." Nearing midnight, Dean Jian hadn't gone to bed, as if he had been waiting specifically for her response. "Now, are you interested?" Bai Lian leaned back, her pale fingers on the keyboard, and after a few minutes of thought, she replied, "I don't have much time." The Tongfeng class schedule was intense and she was also studying for the Buiyuan class. Physics was based on mathematical foundations as well, so tackling Wang Zu's problems also served to improve her own skills. Ma Institute didn't relax his demands on her either, seeming quite urgent. Bai Lian really didn't have much time and, she thought, for such an art form, she was too young. Even if Dean Jian trusted her, the theater's people probably wouldn't, she guessed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 689, Meet at 273, out of the mountain _4. Of course, she had no idea that the name, Bai Jian, had caused such an earthquake in the music world over the past year. The winters in Jiangjing were quick to get cold. It was simple for Ji Hing to make summer dresses for Bai Lian, but winter clothes were not done as quickly as before. One piece of clothing could take half a month or even longer to finish. Bai Lian's wardrobe had some additional clothes sent over by Ming Dongheng. After Gao Yan learned of this from Ming Dongheng, she asked Bai Lian to meet at Qingxin building on a Sunday afternoon so that the tailor could measure her size. Upon hearing this, Gao Shu also brought out several pieces of rare fabric. Looking at the fabrics she brought, which were fine and shimmered on the surface. These were jobs that only Gao Yan and Gao Shu could undertake, apart from those Jiang Fulai hurriedly worked on. Bai Lian stood on the carpet, her arms casually extended, her brows and eyes lazily drooping, letting others take her measurements. The female tailor noted down the figures on paper. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. Jo Shu and Gao Yan stood to one side, looking on at this scene from an angle, which was quite harmonious. After the measurements, the female tailor took the data and left. Gao Yan gestured for Bai Lian to come and try the new pastries at Qingxin building to see if they suited her taste. It was at this moment. Secretary Shui came in from outside, appearing somewhat flustered. She was slightly impolite, knocking and barging in, "Madam Su, Miss Bai." She stood in the hall, greeted Gao Yan and Bai Lian, then looked towards Gao Shu. "Mr. Shua has categorically declined your invitation. Today, he accepted Vice President Zhou's invitation and is watching a rehearsal at the theater." These were all insiders here. Gao Yan and Gao Shu had decades of friendship, and as for Bai Lian, she was someone that Jiang Fulai and a few others had high hopes for. Secretary Shui had no intention of avoiding the topic. So as not to make Bai Lian feel uncomfortable, she did not treat Bai Lian as an outsider. He made it clear he's siding with Zhou Yinghui. Gao Shu put down her teacup and stood up. She was the first to find Shuo Qingyu, thinking she had a fair chance of success. Unexpectedly, Shuo Qingyu had been dragging out for half a month and at this time shifted towards Zhou Yinghui, catching her off guard. Gao Yan, who usually enjoyed watching Gao Shu's dramas, had some understanding of the situation. She straightened up. "Is it troublesome?" "A bit." Gao Shu stood up, smiled at Bai Lian and Gao Yan. "I won't be able to join you two for dinner tonight, I'm heading to the theater." "No worries." Gambling with liquor would be out in a few days, a month or two. That should be fine. Bai Lian narrowed her eyes slightly. "If Dean Jian can't do it, I'll do it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 690, 274 by Jian, an expert. Mu Laoyi steps out of the Buddha Hall. 2 watches combined. _1 by Lian had listened to Jian Zongyi's collections, The White Snow of Tsang Mountain, The Peace of Autumn, and The Sounds of Home. She had heard them all. These were works from Jian Zongyi's middle period, characterized by simple, steady rhythms and a warm atmosphere. So, when she learned that Jian Zhongyo had become famous for playing The White Robe Journey, and that his later compositions turned out to be as plain and sincere as Qin Zhou's, Bai Lian was somewhat surprised. Blossoms on the Tree tended toward a tense style with an overwhelming sound, and as the script progressed toward the middle and later stages, it created an anxiety similar to the empty fort strategy. It wasn't a style that Jian Zhongyo excelled in, and indeed he didn't have much energy to continue to create. If he hadn't been unable to find the right person, he would have already retired. Bai Lian put it this way, but Gao Yan and the butler were choked by Bai Lian's remark that Director Jian can't do it. However, they quickly caught the meaning of Bai Lian's words. Alien, you, Gao Yan set down the plum blossom cake and sat up straight. Can you compose music? She knew Bai Lian could play the guzheng, but she had never heard her play it. And judging by the way Director Jian interacted with her, Gao Yan knew that Bai Lian's guzheng skills must not be too shabby. But, composing music and such, people without professional skills couldn't just start doing it. With something like a research competition, it was easy for Gao Yan to look toward Bai Lian. Gao Yan had never associated Bai Lian with composition. Source, web novel. Com updated on new. Omicron. Now, I suppose I can, Bai Lian said, holding her folding fan. I haven't seen a stage play before. I might not be suitable, just giving it a try. Well, choose the best option later. Gao Shu would certainly seek others too, it's just that they might not measure up to the expertise of Mr. Shuo. Director Jian had a lot of faith in Bai Lian, and although music had no clear boundaries, the stage play's theme song style was somewhat direct. Bai Lian still wasn't clear on the style. Okay, good, Gao Yan said, still not fully processing. I'll tell Shu Shu. Ming Dongheng's car was waiting downstairs, and Gao Yan escorted Bai Lian to the lobby. After the car had left, Gao Yan wrapped her coat around herself, lost in thought as she turned to the butler. Butler, do you think it's reliable? It won't interfere with her studies, will it? According to Su Nanjing, Bai Lian was now the darling of the Physics Institute. This, the butler wasn't certain either. Madam, Miss Bai Lian said she wants to try, so let her try. Gao Yan took out her phone and called Gao Shu. At the theater, Gao Shu had already met with Shuo Qingyu and Zhou Yinghui, who were indeed watching a rehearsal of the stage play together. Even the actors for Blossoms on the Tree had been selected over a period of more than 1 year. Shuo Qingyu and Zhou Yinghui were standing up front, speaking with a man, who was none other than the play's male lead, Bei Tong. Secretary Shui whispered to Gao Shu, they are already discussing the singing issues with Bei Tong. Shuo Qingyu had prepared for so long, and the compositions he held were surely already more than half complete, eventually to be presented before the old director through Bei Tong's performance. I know, Gao Shu said with a grim face, turning to go to the back. What about Teacher Xia? What did he say? This was her backup plan. He needs it by December. Teacher Xia said he wouldn't dare to take on something belonging to the old director. Secretary Shui had a notebook in hand. He's currently in Beijing. Do you want to go to him? Beijing. Gao Shu climbed the stairs, surprised he was in Beijing but still instructed, pick a couple of days and prepare a plane ticket to Beijing for me. She reached her office just in time to answer Gao Yan's call. Bai Lian had mentioned wanting to try composing for her. She said just to give it a try. Gao Yan sighed, I've told you before, she plays the guzheng. Maybe she really could come up with something. Hearing about Bai Lian, Gao Shu's mood also improved significantly as she sat at her desk. Really? Then she might even have something in common with Lu Jiu. Gao Shu continued, whatever she writes, no matter what, they'll have someone from the theater sing it. That's what I think too, Gao Yan laughed, the two of them ending up on the same wavelength. Gao Yan merely mentioned it in passing, and Gao Shu noted it down, but after all, even director Jian didn't dare to take on the song, so Gao Shu didn't expect Bai Lian to produce any kind of composition. After hanging up the phone, she discussed the trip to Beijing with Secretary Shui. Shanghai apartment. When Bai Lian got out of the car, she saw workers busy in the yard of number 103, installing transparent glass on the wall and roof. Miss Bai, it gets cold in Jiangjing during winter. Ming Dongheng got out of the car and stood behind Bai Lian, explaining, putting up the glass will make it like a sunroom. Jiangjing winters were indeed cold. Bai Lian nodded slightly, but remarked that it was much better now than before. In the past, winters in Jiangjing were truly cold, almost like a mini ice age. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 691, 274 by Jian, an expert. Mu Laoyi steps out of the Buddha Hall, 2 watches combined, _2 103, Ji Heng and Lance weren't there, as the old rascals had gone fishing in the afternoon. In another month, Jiangjing would be ready for ice fishing. She returned to 303, where only Zhang Xiais and Tang Ming were doing their homework. Xiao Han wasn't there, as she had joined Ji Heng and the others to film the fishing scene, and Ning Xiao had been called away to help Zhou Wenqing. Now in the Tongfeng class, the most outstanding ones weren't actually Gao Yuan and his group. Bai Lian was in a league of her own. Beneath her, it wasn't Liang Wuyu or Gao Yuan, but Ning Xiao, with Tang Ming and Gao Yuan even further down. As the quality of the students in the Tongfeng class was so high, Zhou Wenqing also had some thoughts. He preferred Bai Lian, but being in the same physics institute, and seeing the abnormal behavior of Dean Huang and academician Ma, he too had come to understand over these 2 months and didn't dare to approach Bai Lian. Lian Jia, seeing Bai Lian return, Tang Ming lifted the draft paper in his hand. Haven't you done this problem from the challenge bank yet? Bai Lian walked over and glanced at it, a math problem. She took off her coat, picked up the remote, sat down on the sofa, turned on the TV, and searched for a drama. It's similar to the Boyuan class problems this time, on my desk. Tang Ming pushed open the door to Bai Lian's study. Her study's bookshelf was filled with books, most of which weren't college level, and apart from those, there was a stack of historical records. Tang Ming approached her desk where a stack of neatly bound A4 papers was placed, with the translation Bai Lian had just done for them the day before being the topmost on the left. He flipped through and found something that looked like Chinese drama scripts underneath. Thinking it was Yan Lu's script, he flipped another page and finally found the Boyuan class papers. He pulled it out, closed the door, and left. Bai Lian was lying leisurely on the sofa watching the play, and Tang Ming glanced at it but didn't have the artistic talent to appreciate it. Downstairs, the group that had gone fishing had already returned. Tang Ming received a message from Shinqing and went downstairs to get fruit. The glass roof in the courtyard was almost finished, the workers were skilled, and there was hardly any noise during installation. It'll take these two. Tang Ming noticed there were also sunflower seeds left on the table, so he took another pack. Lian Jia is watching a play, let her have some seeds to crack. Next to him, the dean who was looking at the fish with Lance heard the keyword and paused for a moment. She's watching a play. The dean followed Tang Ming to 303. Chapter 692, 274 by Jian, an expert. Mu Laoyi steps out of the Buddha hall. 2 watches combined. _3. Something came up at school. What did you have for dinner? Jiang Fulai approached, bent over to pick up the scattered papers on the ground, embodying the elegance of a clear and breezy moonscape. A new batch of graduate students was about to start, and the school actually wanted to ask if he would take on 2 more team members, but no one dared to mention it to him. Working under him, unless they had talents like he Wen, few could keep up with his pace. Those who were too dull, even a glance from young Master Jiang seemed a waste. It was fish caught by my grandpa, and today, Chen from the office cooked. Bai Lian still fiddled with the lighter, watching him organize things neatly and place them onto the nearby bookshelf. Your aunt saved 2 pieces for you, and there will be soup for you to bring tomorrow. All right. Jiang Fulai had little interest in most things. He came from an esteemed background, yet lived more simply in the lab than academician Ma. He was indifferent about almost everything. Even Ming Dongheng and the Jiang family couldn't casually enter such a secretive place as his lab. He even had a special pass but disabled it because he found it bothersome. Only when he was in Xiangqing, having dinner with Bai Lian and Jiang He, did Jiang Fulai not eat at the lab, and that was when Ming Dongheng arranged dinner for a while. But now, Shen Qing and Ji Hing always made sure Jiang Fulai brought a lunchbox when he went to the lab, mostly large dishes and stewed soups made by Shen Qing. My aunt added something extra to the soup, Bai Lian said lazily as she stood beside him, watching him organize the bookshelf, her voice pausing slightly at the mention of the addition. Jiang Fulai turned slightly and reached around her waist, his fingertips tensing as he bent his head down, eyes lowered, and asked in an orderly manner from a close distance, "What extra?" "It's what Tang Ming and Ning Xiao drank." Bai Lian's gaze was towards the door, wondering if Jiang He might suddenly return. Jiang Fulai bent his head down, kissing her from behind the backlight. His arms bent around her waist, seemingly cold in demeanor, yet his tense arms held strong power. The slightly rolled-up sleeves revealed faintly protruding veins. "What are you thinking about?" It was some time before Jiang Fulai spoke again in a steady voice, his gaze faintly toward the door. Xia Niao's fingerprints weren't recorded. Room 302 had only Bai Lian's and his fingerprints. "I have half a month off in January." Jiang Fulai reached out, brushing the hair that fell on her neck behind her ear. "Let's go to the Snow Mountains. There's an ancient site there, too." Taking such a long break, Bai Lian looked at him. "Aren't you researching dark matter anymore?" "There's no rush." Jiang Fulai chuckled, looking down at the qin still on the ground. "Why are you so late in the music room today?" He recalled Bai Lian's schedule. Yan Lu was in Beijing preparing for a new play, and there was no intention to release new music. "I wanted to try composing for a stage play," Bai Lian replied to him. Jiang Fulai thought for a moment about Gao Shu and narrowed his eyes slightly. Monday. Early morning. Mu Yining got up early. She lived in an outside house and only steamed some breakfast with Dong Xiaobai. Dong Xiaobai set down the milk for her, and the two discussed the matters of Saturday. How many distinguished guests? Not many. Mu Yining sat beside him, took a sip of milk, and then spoke. The Gao family won't come, but Elder Chen and President Su will arrive on time, along with my business partners. That was almost enough. Mu Yining's partners were also among the top circles in Jiangjing. It wasn't as grand as Elder Zhou's birthday celebration, but there were still many who were eager to get in. "These crab roe buns are really good. Dong Chuan and Wan Xian will go together," Dong Xiaobai said. Dong Chuan, Dong Xiaobai's nephew, his mother a member of the Jiang family, was already set to be the heir of the next generation of the Dong family. His standing in the Dong family was significant, otherwise, Dong Xiaobai wouldn't have accompanied Ren Wanxian on her last visit to the Dong family. Hearing this, Mu Yining straightened up. "He's coming." Dong Chuan didn't usually mix in these circles and had a higher status than other Dong family members. Being so distinguished, he shouldn't be interested in the affairs of the Mu family side branches. Why would he come? Wan Xian requested it. Dong Xiaobai held his chopsticks. She's returning to the clan and asked Dong Chuan to accompany her just to make an appearance. This Ren Wan Xian, she really has good luck, Mu Yining exclaimed. With Dong Chuan showing up, even the main Mu family lineage wouldn't dare to speak ill of Ren Wan Xian. If Dong Chuan is coming, we need to notify the butler. After all, he is no ordinary person. Dong Chuan was influenced by his mother. His last relationship was with a girl of artistic temperament. Dong Xiaobai spoke, then suddenly remembered something. Isn't Wan Xian supposed to transfer her household registration this Wednesday? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 693, 274 by Jian, an expert. Mu Laoyi steps out of the Buddha Hall. 2 watches combined, _4 it's confirmed, these are indeed the people of the Mu family. With such a vast family enterprise, the wealth left to them is innumerable. Together with Mulan, Mu Yining also picked up a crab roe bun with her chopsticks. Taking a bite, the juice burst forth. The crab roe was fresh and delicate, the crab meat tender, and the soup profoundly rich. Even for Mu Yining, who had tasted so many delicacies, this was a particularly dazzling experience. The last time Mu Yujun visited the Mu family, she began to disdain the crabs they ate during this season. Every year, Jiangjing could only provide so much to this elite circle. In recent years, the Mu family actually hadn't gotten their share of the food or dim sum, while the Gao family, with mountains at their back, still managed to get some. After Mu Yujun brought them over, Mu Yining only saved one for the old master and sent one to Jiheng. Now, tasting this crab roe bun, she was also quite surprised. Such quality in a crab roe bun was rare even in her childhood, during the Mu family's golden age. After breakfast, the housekeeping aunt cleaned up. Mu Yining got into the car, and called the floor butler to inquire about the source of the crab roe buns. Learning that it was sent by Jiheng, Mu Yining was very surprised. The Ji family was becoming more and more mysterious to her. Wednesday. Bai Lian was still in the dining hall eating when she received a call from Su-en. Alien, good morning. Driving, Su-en sounded cheerful. After exchanging pleasantries with Bai Lian, he went on to tell her about Ji Mulan's request to transfer her household registration. Su Siki was registered under the Su family, and the Su family matriarch wouldn't allow him to transfer it. But Su-en still decided to inform Bai Lian about the important matter of transferring registration. I got it, Bai Lian said after swiping her card, picked up her breakfast, and handed the card to Tang Ming standing beside her. Tang Ming, with utmost respect, received Bai Lian's card with both hands, not daring to let his gaze linger on the 3 characters, Jiang Fulai, printed on it for too long. Ding Wenyang had perfectly integrated into their group. As long as Bai Lian was at school, they would all flock to dine with her. Seeing Tang Ming showing such reverence for a card, he was somewhat puzzled. Brother Tang, you're a contestant with 2 million points now. One of the top students of the elite Tongfeng class at Jiang University was showing undue respect to a card. Brother Ding, you don't understand. Tang Ming thought back to Monday morning when the young master Jiang heard about his points and gave him a humph expression, he said gravely. Tang Ming swiped the meal card. After much consideration, I think only she is the most suitable. Who? Gao Shu quickly stood up. Teacher Xia tapped on the sheet music, sighed, the composer of Gambling with Liquor, by Jian. This song, Gao Shu had also looped it many times. But she wasn't familiar with the entertainment industry and had no idea about the sensation, by Jian, the composer had caused online. If it's a composer you admire, then where is this master right now? I don't know. Teacher Xia was very straightforward. For a year now, no paparazzi in the entertainment industry have been able to dig her out. Inside and outside the circle, do you know how many people want to have her compose for them but have no way to reach her? She only favors Yan Lu, composing for Yan Lu. Perhaps letting Yan Lu sing the theme song for you might give you a slim chance. It's unrealistic to find her. Teacher Xia finally looked at Gao Shu and suggested, let my disciple compose for you. He can also deliver a work that will stand out. Gao Shu understood it was indeed difficult. Even an artist like Teacher Xia had to go through coaching Yan Lu to sing in order to contact that Bai Jian. She definitely isn't short on money. On the road, Secretary Shua analyzed for Gao Shu. She also has substantial backing. I'll try my best to collect information about Teacher Bai for you. After Secretary Shui returned to Jiangjing, he utilized quite a few connections to gather information on that online sensation. Saturday, early morning. The Mu family's home was brightly decorated. The butler could see the red lanterns hanging from the treetops all along the way. The Mu family hadn't been this lively for 20 years. Leaning on his cane, he made his way to the old master's courtyard, crossed the crossroads, lifted the door curtain, and waited outside the small Buddha hall. Old master. Inside, the sound of the wooden fish continued. Mu Xiangguang's voice was calm. Is today the day they return to the ancestral hall? He stayed out of sight in the Buddha hall but still remembered today. The butler bowed respectfully. Yes, we have many guests today. Miss Wanxian is also bringing young Master Dong Chuan. Inside, there was only a hum. The sound of the wooden fish did not stop. Also, the butler's eyes and brows drooped. The young lady asked me to inform you that today, Miss Bai will also come. Miss Bai, Bai Lian. Mu Yining had mentioned her countless times to him, the top college entrance exam scorer who swept over Jiang University this year. The wooden fish sound stopped. It was 3 minutes later when Mu Xiangguang's voice came out, bring in my coat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 697, 275 Not So Simple Guests, Part 3. Ji Hing knocked his pipe, shaking out the ash, and introduced casually, this is your second grandfather. Bai Lian looked towards Mu Xiangguang and spoke with composure, second grandpa. Mu Xiangguang came back to his senses. He was usually a man of few words, but upon seeing Bai Lian, he couldn't help but ask a few more questions. Sit down. I heard from your grandfather that you're in the Tongfeng class. In fact, Mu Xiangguang had already heard these pieces of information many times from the Mu family butler and Mu Yining. Having grown up in Xiangqing without elite education and still achieving greater success than the Liang family's descendants, Mu Xiangguang felt that perhaps without his intervention, these young people could have gone even further. That's right. Bai Lian sat next to Ji Hing, calmly replying. Despite being out of management for many years, Mu Xiangguang still had a keen eye, such a demeanor, even Mu Yining couldn't match. He took out a wooden box from the side and pushed it in front of Bai Lian. Since you call me second grandpa, I don't have much for a meeting gift. Let this be my present to you. Bai Lian looked at the ebony box but didn't immediately reach for it. Instead, she looked toward Ji Hing. Ji Hing blew out a ring of smoke. Take it. Okay. Bai Lian accepted it. 11:30. Mu Yujun, along with Dong Chuan and Ren Wanxian, went to the clan ancestral hall. The entire registration ceremony wasn't long. Firecrackers and fireworks exploded outside. Mu Yujun, considering Dong Chuan's face, stayed a little longer. Once the ritual was complete, the guests started to take their seats. The guests exchanged pleasantries with the three of them, and Mu Yining did not expect that Mu Yujun would still be there. She introduced Ji Xiaojun and Shenqing to her. Sister, this is Xiaojun, and this is his wife, Shenqing. Xiaojun and I will go outside to greet others. You can sit down and have some tea first. Mu Yujun's gaze swept past Shenqing, who was always intimidated by such imposing figures, and gave Mu Yujun a somewhat ingratiating smile. Congratulations. Mu Yujun didn't look at Shenqing, curtly saying the words and covering her nose with a handkerchief. With Mu Yining and Ji Xiaojun gone, only Su En, Shenqing, and Ji Mulan were left. Why would Mu Yujun demean herself by wasting time chatting with them? She coolly withdrew her gaze and turned to speak to someone else, little Dong, Wanxian. She addressed Ren Wanxian quite intimately today, and Ren Wanxian was pleasantly taken aback by the honor. But Ren Wanxian also knew it was because of Dong Chuan's influence. Today, no fewer than 10 people had greeted her, all clan chiefs and estate managers. For a while, Ren Wengshuan's table was extraordinarily lively. Dong Chuan and Mu Yujun were the popular figures of the day. Do you want to join your aunt for a while? Dong Chuan asked, looking down at Ren Wanxian. Ren Wanxian, seeing the situation clearly and catching a glimpse of Ji Heng and Ji Shane's group from the corner of her eye, didn't go over to greet them and just stayed at her own table. She didn't have a particularly good relationship with Ji Xiaojun and Shenqing, especially Shenqing. Having been in Jiangjing for so long, she had barely interacted with Ji Xiaojun and Shenqing, and Ji Xiaojun never included her in various social gatherings. Ren Wanxian wasn't without her grievances over this. No need. Ren Wanxian looked down and sat at her table with Dong Chuan. Dong Chuan didn't pay much attention to Ji Shane's group either. Shenqing and Ji Mulan didn't seem like they came from prominent families, and he noticed that Mu Yujun didn't want to have much contact with that group either, so he didn't purposely get close. Mrs. Gao, I've heard that Dr. Gao. He conversed with Mu Yujun, bringing up Gao Jichen. For a moment, the distinction was as clear as day. The Mu clan leader exchanged glances with the other clan elders, knowing they inevitably had to neglect one family in favor of the other. Although Ji Xiaojun had inherited part of the estate, everyone accompanying the Mu clan leader knew Ji Xiaojun hailed from Xiangqing, with a wife of humble origins and little backing. On Ren Wengshuan's side, setting aside Dong Chuan, just the presence of Mu Yujun was a rarity for them. There was no real choice to be made, and without thinking, everyone knew whom to greet first. In an instant, most people approached to curry favor. The Mu clan leader went over to congratulate Ren Wanxian, with an excellent start. Wanxian, I've heard you have a good hand at Liang script, truly accomplished for your age. Liang script. Mu Yujun took a longer glance at Ren Wanxian. Find a chance, and they'll take you to meet Old Master Qin. Old Master Qin. Who is that? Ren Wengshuan's heart raced, and before the meal even started, she stood up with her teacup to thank Mu Yujun. Thank you so much. Their table was surrounded by layers of people on the inside and out, bustling with activity, which made Shenqing's side seem extremely quiet in contrast, with only 2 of Mu Yining's business partners speaking to them, and not all seats were filled. That's Dong Chuan, and also Dr. Gao's mother, a young member of the Mu family whispered to Mu Zhao, aren't you going over there? Mu Zhao shook his head, I'm taking care of Mr. Su and the others. He stood behind Mr. Su and Shenqing, asking if they needed anything. All right, a once-in-lifetime opportunity, the young member of the Mu family shrugged, then I'll be going over there. I wonder how good Ren Wengshuan's writing really is. I'll go add her on WeChat first, maybe I can even add Dong Chuan. Outside. They were all people of the world, and at a glance, it was evident what was going on. Not to mention he wasn't familiar with Mu Yujun, knowing that Jiang Fulai didn't like the Gao family. Even if he had been familiar with them, after today, he would start acting unfamiliar. Director Qin just nodded towards their side as a polite gesture. As for Dong Chuan, he didn't know him and therefore didn't greet him. Then he walked briskly with Dean Feng towards Shenqing and Su En, stopping in front of them, warmly greeting Shenqing, "Sister-in-law, you've arrived quite early." At the table, Shenqing was only familiar with Su En, and Ji Mulan didn't pay her much attention either. Although Su En was looking out for her feelings, he was unable to attend to her fully due to the presence of two other business partners, and Shenqing found herself at a loss for words. Sitting in the spacious hall, surrounded by the powerful elite, she felt very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Mu Zhao, who was sitting beside her, often spoke to her, which prevented her from feeling too constrained. Now that Director Qin and Ji Xiaojun had arrived, Shenqing breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. "Xiaoqin, you've come so late." Director Qin smiled. "I had some matters to deal with and arrived late. They'll start by drinking 3 penalty cups." Su En stood up. He was familiar with Director Qin and dispensed with the formalities, greeting the other two, Dean Feng, Chairman Liao. This side was filled with joyful laughter and chatter. By greeting Shenqing like this, Director Qin had done his duty for appearance's sake. On the other side, the group with Mu Yujun and Dong Chuan quieted down. When the head of the Mu clan found out who Director Qin was and learned the identities of Dean Feng and the others, he, too, grew restless. He wanted to go over, but having not greeted Shenqing and the others earlier, he couldn't find a good reason to do so now. A sense of regret welled up inside him. Who could have known that Shenqing and Ji Xiaojun, having returned to the Mu family for so long and always acting low-key, would know people of such stature? Even the Gao family's butler could not help but bow his head and ask Mu Yujun in a low voice, "Madam, is the Mu family so close with Director Qin?" Mu Yujun's mind was in disarray. How could she know that Shenqing, a woman whom she thought she could see right through, would actually know Qin Yongkuan? And be on familiar terms with Qin Yongkuan? Dong Chuan, seeing Director Qin seat himself next to Shenqing, couldn't help but look at Ren Wanxian, asking, "Wanxian, should we not go over and greet your uncle and auntie?" Ren Wanxian looked up but didn't get a chance to respond to Dong Chuan. At the entrance, Assistant Wang led Ji Heng and others in. Ji Heng wore a gray robe, carrying a long smoking pipe, his hands clasped behind his back, while the usually chattering Tang Ming, seeing the crowded hall, also stopped. Chapter 700, 277. The relatives who flew onto the branches, the Great God Files. First update, _2 Ren Wanxian quickly took a glass and followed Dong Chuan. At Ji Xian's table, Ji Heng and Jiang Fulai were not present, and his own words had always been scarce. Mu Yining had just entered the hall and knew the situation upon seeing Mu Yujin's area. She glanced at Dong Chuan and Ren Wanxian, then introduced the people at the table with a light smile. "Xiaochuan, these two here are Director Feng and Chairman Liao, and this is CEO Su." As she introduced them one by one, Dong Chuan finally understood who Director Feng was. He was surprised on the inside, and his demeanor became even more humble. He had initially thought that Ji Xiaojun and Shenqing were just ordinary people. In fact, Ji Heng was indeed born of a concubine and later chose to leave the Mu family voluntarily. He hadn't contacted the Mu family for 40 or 50 years and had only been in Shangqing, so Dong Chuan hadn't taken much notice at first. Who knew that this relative would pull such a grand move? Dong Chuan thought to himself that this year, for the Lunar New Year, their elders and mother would personally visit the Mu Mansion to pay their respects. Dong Chuan had always held himself with high status and dignity, even when facing Mu Yujun. This was the first time that Ren Wanxian saw him lowering himself to such an extent. As for the table behind them, Dong Chuan didn't dare to take another glance. Ren Wanxian looked back. At Bai Lian's table, Director Qin had left in the middle of his meal to join Ji Heng for a drink, while Su An and Ji Xiaojun were discussing business at the table behind. Amidst the clinking of glasses, even Shen Qing was repeatedly toasted. She didn't understand the situation, only hazily joining in the drinking with her beverage. When others toasted, they drank a shot of liquor in one gulp, but with each sip of her drink, no one dared to say a word. Tang Ming and Pu Xiaohan were chattering away, with Pu Xiaohan leisurely videotaping the process of serving the dishes with her phone. Ren Wanxian frowned slightly as she observed Pu Xiaohan doing this, and her peripheral vision caught Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai beside her, giving her a sudden jolt. She simply could not understand. Whiz kid, Tang Ming still had to go back in the afternoon to check on Zhang Shi's homework. Had only had a few drinks and suddenly thought of something. When will you give the gift to Uncle Ji? Ning Xiao lowered his head to look at the paper box at his feet. The box was a 50-centimeter wide square, quite large, and with some heft. He didn't yet know what was inside but knew that Wang Yufeng was not one to joke about this kind of thing. I'll give it to him when we leave. Tang Ming nodded. He wanted to see the gift in advance. But the timing was simply not right. Ji Heng was staying at the Mu Mansion for dinner, and Ji Mulan was going to stay there for a few days. Bai Lian and the group of students were all heading back. Mu Yining had been deliberately not focusing on Jiang Fulai, but she stopped Bai Lian. Alien, the Mu Mansion has many animals and a lake created by redirecting water. Won't you stay for the night to see the scenery? The scenery of the Mu Mansion was indeed rare. Anyone else would surely want to stay for the night, but Bai Lian, who had once lived in the general residence which far surpassed the Mu Mansion, had no curiosity about it. No, thank you, Bai Lian said as she lowered her gaze and methodically tied her cloak strings, looping them into a loose knot. All right. Mu Yining had no other options. As Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai were about to leave, a bunch of people from the Mu family saw them out. But the only one who could speak with them was Mu Yining. The Mu clan leader wanted to add a word, but since they had no prior interaction with Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing, they were not close enough to speak. Mu Zhao was indeed familiar with Shen Qing. Bai Lian found Mu Zhao in the crowd and raised her eyebrows. Was it you who sent me the friend request just now? Caught off guard by the direct address, Mu Zhao was quite surprised. Yes, it was me. Bai Lian nodded. On hearing about this connection to Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai, who had already moved aside, also raised his eyes indifferently, giving Mu Zhao a glance. Mu Zhao's back stiffened under the gaze. At the right moment, Ning Xiao handed the paper box to Ji Xiaojun, concisely stating, Uncle Ji. Is this for me? Ji Xiaojun, who had had a bit to drink and was conversing with Liao Guangshuan, took the square paper box with a smile, thinking it was a small token from a child. Thank you. After receiving it, he felt its few pounds of weight, not heavy, not knowing what was inside. A bunch of people stood at the entrance of the Mu Mansion, waiting for the car carrying Bai Lian and the others to drive away, and the breath that had been hanging in everyone's hearts finally dissipated. Ever since Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai had appeared, Mu Yujun had been much more silent. She walked back a distance with Mu Yining before speaking up. Why didn't you say earlier? I also just found out. Mu Yining shook her head, her expression serious. You can see as well, he's come because of our great-grandfather and others, not directly related to our Mu family. Mu Yujun fell silent. There was another family banquet in the evening, but Mu Yujun didn't stay, hastily returning to the Gao family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 702, 278 is also, the second watch, _1 commonly used by her, by Xiangjuan. Bai Lian took the file from Secretary Shue's hand and entered the room. In the kitchen, Gao Shu also heard the faint sound of the doorbell and poked her head out. Lian, is that the document from Secretary Shue? Just put it on the table. Hearing Secretary Shue, Gao Yan, who was watching the chef prepare the food with her arms crossed, also turned her head. Is it about the theater company? Gao Yan knew that the theater company had not been progressing well recently. It's nothing, said Gao Shu, coming in to help the chef. Teacher Xiao's student is covering for me, and is already working on it. She could cook, having taken care of Jiang Fulai for a while when he was injured as a child. During that time, she cooked everything herself, refusing to let him eat anything not prepared by her hands. Later, when Jiang Fulai regained consciousness and gradually took over the Jiang family's power, she was finally able to relinquish this great responsibility. It was also for this reason that Jiang Fulai had never touched the Gao family, and the Gao family's fortunes had risen ever since. Gao Shu did not harbor thoughts of revenge, but everyone knew that the only person in Jiangjing who could earn Jiang Fulai's respect was Gao Shu. And there's Lian, Gao Yan remembered by Lian who was outside. She had not been interfering with Gao Shu and the chef, just standing in the corner. Isn't she also writing something? Mentioning Bai Lian, Gao Shu also smiled. With Bai Lian busy with her studies yet still caring about her theater company's affairs, Gao Shu didn't have high hopes for Bai Lian's work but was pleased internally. That's true. Gao Shu had arranged the evening's menu early on. But because of Jiang Fulai's arrival, she asked the chef to add 2 more dishes. After the party finished eating and left, Gao Shu saw Bai Lian was still looking at the rehearsal DVD for Blossoms on the Tree, and decided to give her the disc. Take this with you to watch, there won't be another copy in the future. Bai Lian wrapped herself in her cape, took the DVD from Gao Shu, and left with Jiang Fulai. As she turned around, Gao Shu saw the large patch of poppies embroidered on the back of her cape's hood and along the hem. Leaning against the doorframe, Gao Shu admired the embroidery on Bai Lian's cape and thought that the clothes Gao Yan was making for Bai Lian might not be as exquisitely crafted as the ones Bai Lian was wearing. After seeing Bai Lian off, with someone else cleaning up the kitchen, Gao Shu took the materials from Secretary Shue back to her room. When she saw the black letters on the cover, she straightened up. She put on her glasses and carefully opened and examined it. Looking at the sealed file envelope, there was only one piece of paper inside with a few lines of text: name, by Jian gender, unknown age, unknown debut works, gambling with liquor, autumn again. It could be read at a glance. For a moment, Gao Shu felt her astute secretary was playing a joke on her. She took out her phone and called Secretary Shue. Shue Na, are you serious with this information? On the other end of the phone, Shue Na sighed helplessly. Boss, this person is really mysterious. I couldn't find anything at all. In the evening after work, Dong Chuan's father left the office. The deputy director was waiting specially at his door, greeting him and making small talk for 10 minutes before letting him go. That's strange, a colleague commented to Dong Chuan's father. Isn't Deputy Director Liang someone who doesn't care about anyone except Director Jian? Dong Chuan's father was also surprised. His father was indeed a distinguished member of the Calligraphy Association but had long since retired. In the Dong family, he wasn't the most successful one. His son Dong Chuan was much more accomplished. The Liang family member, who descended from on high to become the deputy director, usually looked down on people. This was the first time he had greeted Dong Chuan's father. With puzzlement, Dong Chuan's father went home, and upon seeing the old master, he learned the reason. Dong Chuan and Ren Wanxian had returned that afternoon and told the old master about Jiang Fulai's news in person. Ren Wanxian had to leave for a family banquet later that evening, and though Dong Chuan had not intended to attend the dinner, he decided to go after all. The old master of the Dong family saw the two out the door with Dong Chuan's father, then turned his head towards his son. Have you confirmed this year's exchange participants for Ink and Ocean with the Calligraphy Association and Cultural Bureau? Ink and Ocean, a four-nation calligraphy and painting exchange event. Held once every 3 years, it always drew significant attention. Not only would the entire Cultural Bureau participate, but Chen Lei would preside over the event personally, with media and journalists from all 4 nations in attendance. There was a segment intended for promoting calligraphy culture among youth and master artists, using Liang-style calligraphy. It would be broadcast live with official cameras focused on them. It was held at the Cultural Square, watched by millions of people online and offline each year. Not yet, they originally recommended a young woman from the Calligraphy Association, Su Yajun, but she's 6 months over the age limit. They planned to hold open auditions. The father discerned the old master's intent. Are you saying, this time, the Calligraphy Association should not refuse? Let Wanxian practice copying diligently lately. She's generous and most likely won't get nervous in front of the official cameras. The old master nodded almost imperceptibly. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao and the others were assigned to the best laboratory this time, Professor Sun Fuss Plasma Research Laboratory. Room 103. Lance was trying on clothes, having rented the 7th floor of Building 5. A crow-black cloak, a dark gray cotton robe. Ji Hing had restrained himself, but the crow-black cloak was still meticulously embroidered with an assortment of colored peonies. It had a strong design aesthetic. Bai Lian found it a bit too gaudy for the eyes. Lance adored this cloak, wearing it over a simple shirt even indoors. This is for her. Ji Hing handed a white bag to Bai Lian. I finished it this morning. As the heating was on and the doors and windows were closed, Ji Hing didn't smoke in the main hall, generally only smoking with Lance in the sunroom of the courtyard. In the bag was a long down coat that Ji Hing had made for Yang Lin. Yang Lin hadn't left Xiangqing since she arrived in the summer, bringing only a thin suitcase with her, and Jiangjing was cold. In a couple of days, snow was expected, and the temperature would drop even further. At the beginning of the month, Ji Hing had planned to make her a warm, long-down coat. Without the neighbored embroiderist to help him in Jiangjing, Ji Hing still managed to finish it before the snowfall. Yang Lin was in the open laboratory of the biology building. Bai Lian and Tang Ming had come here to find Yang Lin before, and several senior sisters and brothers in the lab recognized them. Seeing Bai Lian, they greeted her warmly. Yang Lin is in the 3rd floor lab, junior sister, you can go straight to find her. The laboratory building also had heating. Wearing a white cotton padded jacket with a crabapple red cloak over it, Bai Lian removed the hood of her cloak, smiled at the other party, her eyes gleaming, her presence as fresh as a rainy spring on begonias. Thank you, Lu's senior sister. It was only after she had gone that the girl grabbed the sleeve of the person beside her. In utter disbelief, she actually remembered my name. 3rd floor. The laboratory was at the end of the hall, with the door ajar. As Bai Lian approached, she could hear Yang Lin's voice. Wearing a long-sleeved t-shirt, she faced away from the door, hands together in a prayer-like pose, addressing a petri dish. Bacterial Lord, I beg of you, please survive. You are the last bacteria strain that teacher Xia gave me, please. She bowed at a 90-degree angle very respectfully. Bai Lian, she unfastened her cloak, stood at the doorway for a moment in thought, then silently went back downstairs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 705, 279 Strong Collaboration, Master-Level Arrangement. Chapter 2, she phoned Yang Lin at the stairwell entrance. Sister Lien, came Yang Lin's calm and mechanical voice over the phone. Grandpa asked me to bring you something. I'm at the experimental building now, Bai Lien said. Yang Lin's voice was as unvarying as ever, devoid of emotional fluctuation, and she succinctly replied, the last laboratory on the 3rd floor. Bai Lien hung up the phone and waited at the stairwell entrance for another 2 minutes before heading to the laboratory. The laboratory door was shut tight. When she arrived, Yang Lin was holding a record report in one hand and a black pen in the other, still wearing black-framed glasses, her skin snow white. Her bangs and glasses concealed her clear and cool eyes. I'm writing the experimental schedule, Yang Lin said as she placed the pen and report on the table and adjusted her black-framed glasses. Bai Lien's down jacket was already unzipped. She held a cape in one hand and placed her clothes on a chair beside her, speaking at an unhurried pace, the down jacket Grandpa made for you. After spending a few months with Bai Lien, Ji Heng, and the others, Yang Lin had come to understand them a bit. She didn't refuse and pondered for a moment, I will visit Grandpa this weekend. If you're busy, don't make a special trip to see him, Bai Lien said as she left. She still had to go to the plasma laboratory and simply waved her hand lazily behind her, knowing that a professor was supervising Yang Lin and she was busy every day, no rush. After Bai Lien left. In the laboratory, Yang Lin reached out to open the bag. It was a black satin down coat with 4 white toggle buttons specially crafted on the outside of the zipper. The hem and cuffs were embroidered with numerous small blossoms of multicolored lilies and vines. On both sides were 2 large square pockets, the pockets made of velvet, each with a large lily meticulously embroidered on, blooming with elegance. Yang Lin held the down coat, her hands tightening slightly. Jiang University School of Physics, Experimental Center. Plasma Laboratory. Even for freshmen, especially those from the Tongfeng class, there wasn't much they could help with in the laboratory. They were just getting acquainted with various equipment and experiencing the academic environment in advance. Bai Lien's group was the same, being mentored by Sun Fu's team. The atmosphere among Sun Fu's graduate students was average. When Bai Lien arrived, Tang Ming and Ding Wenyang each carried a jug of mineral water inside. Tang Ming, who had trained with Ming Dongheng and Bai Lien, found carrying a jug of mineral water no challenge, but Ding Wenyang, an academic prodigy since childhood who had never done heavy labor at home, was panting for breath. Bai Lien took off her cape and white down jacket, draped them over her wrist, wearing only a sweatshirt of the same color underneath. As she passed by the two, she glanced at Ding Wenyang and lifted the jug of mineral water from his shoulder. Carrying the water casually, she walked deeper into the corridor. Ding Wenyang, completely bewildered, gave Tang Ming a stiff look. Tang bro, what's going on? As Tang Ming effortlessly climbed the stairs with the water jug, he coolly told Ding Wenyang, Ding bro, you'll get used to it. Bai Lien put the water on the drinking fountain outside and then entered the laboratory directly. Professor Sun's laboratory was large, consisting of 3 connected rooms. By the experimental table, only Liang Wuyu was recording data. This was the assignment that Professor Sun's laboratory had given to the group of new students, and it was also the recent research direction of Professor Sun's team, to purify uranium from seawater using plasma technology. Upon seeing Bai Lien, he looked up to greet her. Where are the other 2? Bai Lien asked about Su Jiue and Ning Xiao. Jiyue is helping sister with printing documents. Liang Wuyu spoke up. Ning Xiao went to get experimental equipment for brother He. The equipment they needed was in the physics building, and it took some time to walk back and forth. As they spoke, a male student dressed in a lab coat with a stack of printouts came over. Bai Lian, Liang Wuyu, good to see you're both here. This is the group assignment for this time, remember to hand it in on time to me and sister. Liang Wuyu reached out to take the group assignment from Hen Shuyan's hands. After handing it over, Hen Shuyan smiled and said, "This is a creative opportunity for you guys, thanks for your hard work." Bai Lian went to get a lab coat, putting it on languidly as she smiled nonchalantly at Hen Shuyan. "So should we thank brother He?" She appeared beautiful and non-threatening. Hen Shuyan seemed to detect a hint of sarcasm in her words and looked back at Bai Lian, who still had a lazy demeanor. He turned away, deciding he must have misunderstood. That evening, Bai Lian and her group rushed to complete their group assignment, leaving the laboratory only at 11 o'clock. So tired, Ding Wenyang massaged his own arms, asking Tang Ming beside him, "When did brother He and the others leave?" "Around 6-something, Tang Ming roughly remembered the time. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." You're tuning in to the Path of the True Immortal YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.